What did he do?
All right, we're live.
Sometimes the cat likes to be held like that. Sometimes she likes to bite me instead.
She's very cute and sharp.
Yeah,
Cute and sharp. That sounds like Heavenly Katana.
it's true.
That's what's it. Yeah.
Does Heavenly Katana bite people though?
Yes.
Yeah, they asked
not
me
yet.
properly. Yeah.
Elytra so quick to answer.
He's like, oh, so you know from experience.
Ooh.
Did I encourage this? Maybe.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Tales from the Front Troop. Here with more San Sebastián. Yay! Because last week was so chaotic and fun, and how could we not do it again? If you're enjoying what we're doing, there are some ways you can support us. We have a coffee with direct donations. Can get a mini from Hero Forge. We have a Redbubble with merch. You could be a subscriber, a Twitch subscriber. So that, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you get a free sub. You just have to renew it every month.
Come join and be notified of whenever this shit is happening.
Yeah. You can also find all of our social media beacons page, including a link to our Discord, where the chaos rarely sleeps. And you...
It naps on occasion.
with cats.
And dogs.
Get notified when we go live there as well. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, you can catch us live. Are live now. Just come hang out, have fun. Watch us do silly things and play silly characters with silly powers.
And there's glitter in the chat.
Don't forget the trauma.
Yes.
Anyway, I will hand it over to you, Crow. Take us
All
away.
right. Well, welcome everyone back to San Sebastián. Last time was an interesting experience as we journeyed to Physique, a location within Elysium Park, the part of the city dedicated to the hero community. We met some NPCs that you all in fiction are already familiar with. A certain boy of dinosaurs, a team of dubious quality, we'll say, but great press. And you were also attacked by exercise equipment. So that happened.
Isn't that just a normal day at the gym?
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
normally the exercise equipment doesn't come alive and
You
is
don't know.
possibly haunted.
How many?
You've never been to my
what
gym.
do you go to? Because my gym's
My gym's been exercised. Was that the pun that originally created this story arc in my head? Yes.
Oh my god.
well.
We're coming full circle.
Indeed, but we will get to the end of that circle in a moment. For now, I think I forgot to
I don't think
pull
it's a
up,
circle if it has an end.
Circles never
Immediate
end.
same thought process of what?
Yeah. Both of us at the same time were like,
Like, huh?
oh?
That's not how that works.
Let's see here.
What is this? I don't know.
Okay, let's go around and introduce ourselves here, and for our icebreaker question, we will have, what is your favorite time of day, and why? And you can answer either in character or as a person, whichever you prefer.
I'm Maria. I play Silver Phantom. I don't remember who I was today. There's no AKA. We don't know my identity yet. My personal favorite time of day is like around 2 a.m. because it's quiet and there's nobody else awake in my house anymore at this hour. Daniel's favorite time of day, Silver Phantom. Fuck.
His name has been said.
It's
in
true.
game.
Yeah.
We just don't know
Silver
his
Phantom's favorite
characters.
time of day is probably like sunset-y, because like sometimes he gets to patrol and look at the sunset, and sometimes he gets to stand in a hot food truck and look at the sunset.
I feel like it's who he's with on patrol watching the sunset that he likes.
Whatever. You don't know. Do you wish to be picked back up? Why are you screaming at me?
It is in Blondie's soul. She must scream.
Mm-hmm. wish to be held.
I can go next. I'm Charlie.
Oh,
I play
yep.
Thoth.
Right on the desk.
And I think my personal favorite time of day is whenever I get to go home and fresh.
Precious.
That's a good time of day.
Yeah. Also just whenever I get to be home.
Also fair.
I don't know about Thoth. Probably whenever he gets a moment to breathe.
Fair. And is it being stalked by Kane?
Yeah.
Actually, 2 a.m. when Kane's outside of his window is his favorite time.
Glances out and there's just like eyes doing that reflective thing that
But they're
Samara's do
red.
when they look
They're
in
red.
headlights. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Too much hell.
Thoth's favorite time of day is getting whenever he gets the demon thirst trap fix.
Yes.
Not from
Oh,
Kane, from
dear.
the demons.
Was
Yeah.
it 7 out of 10?
It's rating them.
Gonna give several demons complexes.
Swipe
Yes.
left.
You don't know. Some of them might like that.
That's fair.
Balthasar, nah.
Just find some of them that's
swipe.
it's like, oh, that one's at a degradation kink. 1 out of 10.
Here's a notebook with all of their everything.
Definitely a spreadsheet.
Yes.
You aren't even together yet. Calm down.
Charlie can never be calm, okay?
Elytra will help make the spreadsheet. She has no interest in the data on the spreadsheet, but she'll make it look pretty for
She
you.
loves spreadsheets. That is, that's her thing.
Yes.
I do love the concept that Elytra is one of those whizzes at Excel that can just make it do whatever the hell she wants.
Me,
Well,
Charlie,
I
loves a
mean-
good spreadsheet.
Her mom is AI, so
Yeah.
why wouldn't her sub be Excel? Dominate those Excel sheets.
No.
No. Just no.
Get deep in those sheets.
No. We're moving on.
Aftercare, though.
Go next, seeing as I brought up my character. Hi, I'm Tess. I play
Bring your
Elytra, aka Victoria, and I think her favorite time of the day is probably early in the morning when she gets to do a little lab work. And especially right now when she has demon bugs to research and figure out what the fuck's going on. And she can do some of her
Valentine's Day
private.
present for your stalker boyfriend.
Exactly. And
Got
before
a
like
relationship springboard.
I think she probably also, like, because her sister is so busy and has done so much for her, she makes breakfast for her sister in that time. So she gets up before her. So, Tess, I think it's kind of just when I get off work and I'm able to, like, come home and, like, that roughly that hour before Nina starts getting really sleepy. Just because time zones suck, guys.
Yeah, they do.
Especially
Time
that many
do
of them.
suck.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, if only everyone was awake and asleep at the same time
Yes.
across the world.
Might cause some problems.
That'd probably cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, actually, probably yes.
I can go. My name is Brianna. I play Glory. My favorite time of day, I guess, depends on what I'm doing. Different times work for different things. Broadly, though, probably I like nighttime. Things are quieter. I used to live out in an area where you could see enough stars where you could make out the Milky Way, and I miss that.
I want to see that someday. I've always lived in like super overpopulated areas where you can't see the stars.
Next group trip should be out to somewhere with a good view.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
Glory, I'd say probably dawn. She rises before the sun and probably does like roof yoga or something as it rises. I will say sunsets are growing on her.
Weird. Wild. What a coincidence.
Definitely not implying anything of that whatsoever.
That leaves us with one.
I'm Jenna, and I play Heavenly Katana, aka Mia. And Mia's favorite time of day is early morning, and she goes to the studio and dances. Like no one's watching because she doesn't have a warlock stalker boyfriend. So no one is actually watching.
You have a bit of a
Her
stalker
stalker
boyfriend,
boyfriend.
though.
We're gonna beat up.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. She
Does
does, but I don't
Bulletproof
think
actually
he...
get up that early.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think
he
he gets
wouldn't.
up that
I'm not
early.
sure he gets up much at all.
Damn.
I was gonna leave this meeting in about 2 seconds. No.
We haven't even started yet, and we're bullying characters.
Apologies in advance. I guess I'm in a mood today.
I think we're all in a mood.
I'm here for
Yeah.
it.
Well, speaking of Bulletproof a little bit, we do
Ew.
have some business that we need to conclude from last time. Because I do owe SP and HK some answers to their respective roles.
yeah,
that they did last time.
my thing that I rolled so well on.
Yes, you did. And I also realized in the process of thinking that over, I forgot to tell you something at the end of Fear the Silver Spectre. Which is, per your respect mechanic, you have earned a point of respect with Dutch.
Yes.
Ooh.
Where are my notes? Right here.
And additionally, I'm going to say that your fantastic secret identity roll means that when you next met up with him, you managed to twist it in such a way that he was even more impressed with your bravery in the face of one of the most
So
evil
cool.
bastards in all of San Sebastian, and we will go ahead and give you another respect.
I mean,
That's
he
really-
did watch SP like take a gun out of a gunman's hands.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
I forgot, okay?
Also,
I forgot
like,
that,
dislocated his wrist.
and my shoulder.
also that.
The wrist I did on purpose.
That one was on purpose.
I wanted to get out of the cuffs. So, you just break your wrist and then it'll set.
Just to break your wrist, it's fine.
Break your wrist.
Nothing.
Please don't try and break
If
your wrist
anyone
at
on the
home.
team saw you do that, they'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Well, we'll see what happens when someone finally does.
Look,
Who's it gonna be?
if we're here and you break your wrist on purpose, something's gone very wrong, because we can just get you out
Oh,
of
I
the house.
accidentally deleted all my notes. Oops.
Oh no!
It's
Don't
fine.
do that!
do.
Ah.
It's
Reverse!
fine.
Reverse!
5 hops this time.
Blondie.
Everybody. I think
What
we have
was
the same
that?
brain cell, don't we?
Yes.
What just happened? I missed
They
it.
were cha-cha sliding.
Yeah, we were
What you said sounded like Cha-Cha Slide, and
You said
defaulted
reverse,
to different
reverse.
parts. Like everybody. Yeah.
Oh gosh, we are. Okay.
It's Delulu hours, some of my friends would say.
But yes,
Yeah, that's correct.
be sure to take all benefits you get from your respect there. I think do you earn
Whoops.
potential with every one of those? Or is it only if you fill it? I forget. We'll come back to it.
I'm reading.
It's alright.
Hang on, I have to mark too. There we go.
But HK, you also rolled for your legacy
Mm-hmm.
last time. And per your excellent roll there,
They're
you
proud
get,
of me.
Indeed, you do get a benefit from that. And I have concocted a little something there. Remember that giant iguana situation that you and Glory were dealing with?
Yes. We solved it with bananas because that shit was bananas.
Indeed. And it turns out
I forgot about that.
It turns out the whole reason that happened was because one of your sister's friends tried to use a little magic to get through science class, and
Well, fuck me.
but you dealt with the situation before it was connected to said friend. So,
Oh, they owe me a favor.
indeed, Nico does indeed owe you a favor now.
I know how this works.
For keeping her friend out of trouble. So, you can call upon that as maybe needed this session. Cough, cough, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I'm gonna need a magician.
I only get something when I hit Thor respect.
Gotcha. Okay.
I just immediately get a advancement the first time I hit it.
Cool. Alright. But there's also something else we need to resolve with you, HK. Just sort of a brief little thing. During the evening, I'd say around probably 1 or 2 in the morning after the incident at Physiques, your phone's gonna buzz with a text from a blocked number.
A text from a blocked number.
I'm assuming you blocked Bulletproof's number.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just gonna delete it.
It's cold, and we love it.
I don't even want to know. I'm not even gonna open it. I just delete.
Just
Next date, middle of Shark Tank. I stand by that.
I wondered why she didn't show up for dinner or drinks or whatever she agreed to that she didn't remember or
agreed to drinks at one of the more exclusive clubs in Elysium Park. And
I hope he didn't have.
Well, we were.
I hope he didn't have reservations. Oh well.
We're busy
I
in
hope
the
he did.
gym.
You were getting attacked by Jim.
Fair, the gym tried to kill us.
You watched the gym try and kill us.
Yeah.
Like,
She
you know,
forgot.
yeah.
The gym equipment was haunted.
He did not actually watch you because if you remember, the room y'all
was in
were
a different room.
was grayed out. Like,
Mhm.
the
Well, he
glass
knew
was
shit
not-
happened somehow.
I don't think he
Weird
cares.
shit.
To be
Yeah,
real.
that's true.
No,
Why do you
that's
keep
yeah,
yelling
no,
at me?
that's accurate.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, well.
let's wind back time a little bit because Glory brought up something about the end of Beware the Silver Spectre, which I think is wonderful, and I think we should go ahead and establish here. If you would like to, Bree,
Oh,
or
sure.
shall I?
After that, Glory with stewing over the broken arm, sort of anger painted a pop art style painting. You know, like that Batman slapping Robin meme?
Yeah.
That, but it's Lady Lavender smacking the Silver Spectre.
Yes.
And she hung it up in the basement.
Mhm.
Yes.
Fight painting.
That is now hanging up in the Misfits basement underneath the McPherson household, which I think is just wonderful. We will get to some more stuff, but first things first this evening. Elytra.
Yeah.
I would say about 4 in the morning or so.
Mhm.
You're awoken by your phone, dirt, 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 buzzing across your desk.
Flip it over.
It appears Tabs is trying to contact you.
Well, if it's Tabs, Elytra will pick up.
You pick it up, and you hear a voice. You've heard Tabs speak before, but she usually uses like a text-to-speak processor. This is like an actual voice.
Who is this?
Apologies for disturbing you, Elytra. This is Tabs.
No worries, Tabs. What's going on?
I know this is unusual, but could you please join me in Elysium Park?
Do you have... Sure, is this about the data we collected regarding the gym?
In part.
Should I be suited up or should I come as a civilian?
The area is relatively uninhabited at this time. You may come as you wish.
I think she'll do a light suit, but she will leave a message, like a note on the table for her sister saying, had to run out, situation at the lab.
All right. Easy enough.
Sorry about breakfast.
All right. So you're headed to Elysium Park?
Yep.
So, you head to the park, and while some sections of the city are still active at night, Elysium Park is mostly quiet at night. And this is mostly a residential area. Most folks are asleep. There are a few heroes who are working the night shift, as it usually goes. But when you enter, you pretty quickly notice that there is someone waiting for you. It is not Tabs herself. Like, it is not the body that is associated with Tabs. However, you do know, just from information from Tabs and from news reports, that this is one of her primary drones. Basically, whenever she needs a body in another location, this is the type of machine that she uses. It resembles a slender woman at first glance, though the limbs are largely perfunctory, as it is capable of levitating. And it is equipped with an LCD screen that serves as a face projection. It's sort of a simple teal color right now. But when you approach, it resolves into something more akin to a human face. And per our previous discussions, I think this is basically the first time you've met Tabs in the flesh, so to speak.
Yeah. I think
Hello.
this is odd, but hello, Tabs. What required a physical meeting, per se, at this hour?
I do apologize, but I have been struck by something irrational.
Irrational.
This event at Physiques, it reminds me much of Blackout.
That is fair. I had a similar assumption regarding it.
As I'm certain you did. However, you were not a factor when I last faced my father, so to speak.
A factor how?
I wish to inspect you for injury.
Sure. I mean, Electra would have told her what she perceived as happening.
Mhm.
And it's not like, and I would say Electra's probably kept the hand that did get injured ungloved and untouching tag, based off of her suspicions.
I know you provided a report of the incident and all major injuries, but as I said, I find myself struck with something irrational. And I wish to assure myself with my own optical sensors that no harm extant beyond the possible inciting incident befell you.
I mean, Electra shrugs and will give her consent. I think she's still kind of struggling to process what's going on here and what exactly irrational is. I think she's interpreting it as fear, but Tess has other ideas.
She sits you down on like a nearby bench and basically starts running through like pretty much a textbook medical like checkup.
Mhm.
She even produces like an assortment of doctor tools like reflex hammer, tongue depressor, stuff like that. But as she's checking you over, she continues to talk somewhat. I have been analyzing the evidence that you sent over, as well as surveying the location.
Was there anything interesting or unusual of note beyond our own personal incident?
Aside from some electrical flares throughout the rest of the building, nothing else seems to have occurred. Nothing dangerous, anyway.
Were you able to track down the camera that I tagged with the bug?
I have followed it. However, I do not currently have warrant to collect the camera.
Fortunate.
It is possible that it was simply damaged by one of these electrical surges.
Still, it would, if it survived, it would have had potential evidence from an outside perspective.
I
There was
can
anything
confirm that the
outside.
memory card did survive.
Might be something to track down at a later date, or requisition. You knowing your preferences.
I have logged it as a possible source of evidence.
Of course you did.
As for the circuit board you provided, the damage was precise.
Was it the safety protocols like we thought?
Precisely. It seems that just enough was damaged to enable the machine to be a threat.
So not so random in the outburst, like we
Unclear.
initially thought.
This is why I find myself being irrational. Because, in part, this does remind me of Blackout. But if he were truly in command of this process, there would not have been time for you all to respond.
So do you think it's someone emulating him, or do you think it's actually him trying to regain control of something? I know it's been up in the air if he actually died in that situation.
Her face does not really emote too much, but you swear there is just like the briefest hitch in what it displays.
Mm-hmm.
I have been a hero of this city for many years now. I understand technology, programming, sciences, history, amongst other topics. But I have never purported to understand things beyond what the human experience generally possesses. Things that most would describe as exonatural.
Have you reached out to exonatural experts about it? And the potential of him surviving?
I have theorized for many years that he may have survived. Though not necessarily in a form most humans would recognize.
That sounds like it might be time to reach out to those experts. Pushed me towards the team.
My concern, however, is that they may be correct.
there was a presence in the room. We're not entirely sure what, but both Thoth and I saw something. I heard something on the bug frequency, if that makes sense. Some kind of static as we left.
I do apologize. The bug frequency? Please explain.
So, when my power connects to a bug, or I reach out to get feedback from one, I guess it's kind of like a frequency, like a two-way signal. Something besides my bugs was there. At least briefly in that room.
Understood.
It was white noise, but it wasn't bug white noise, if that makes sense.
This is unusual.
I haven't really run into much that has messed with that frequency, so I don't have any theories right now. Granted, we did just start working with some bugs that might broaden that frequency a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's related or not.
To my understanding, I would not be surprised if Blackout was sent to the other dimension known as Hell.
I mean, that's fair. That is very fair. It was not a... Oh. Might be a good idea to reach out to the Canes specifically, then. They might have some knowledge regarding certain hell beasts or ways to confirm such things.
Elytra,
Yes, Tabs.
Victoria,
I
are
think
you confident in this investigation?
Are you questioning if I can continue this?
I am questioning my own irrationality in this. As I said, you were not a factor when I last faced Blackout.
This thing hurt my team. It tried to kill them.
It
I
tried
don't
to
intend
kill you as well.
I don't intend to let it get away with that.
Nor do I.
It made me its problem. Now it gets to deal with those consequences.
All I request is that you remain cautious.
Do my best.
If you find evidence that this is, in fact, Blackout, please fall back and contact me as soon as possible.
Understood. Should I be relying on a different device to contact you, seeing as mine may or may not have been compromised by recording whatever was in there?
After analysis, I found no evidence of tampering within your mobile device. Unfortunately, anything similar would be on similar frequencies, and if something or someone is listening, it would not matter, for they would still be able to listen. Contact me in the way you think is best.
I will keep that in mind and will keep my team informed of the new developments in regards to the potential connection to Blackout.
Her body kind of nods. I will open the investigation officially tomorrow morning.
I think Electra starts to rise and then stops and looks at Tabs and says, "Do you suspect that my blood did this?"
It would be illogical to assume that your blood had some sort of effect on technology, as historically, that has not been possible. However, I do find myself plagued with irrationality this evening.
Just because it hasn't been done previously does not mean it can't be done now.
Do you believe we should test your blood?
I think it's an option that we can't ignore. But I do think it needs to be in a safer environment than this residential area.
Agreed. And I also believe that we should not initiate any testing until we have established what precisely is happening at Physiques.
Well, I'm guessing the team is very much intrigued by what's happening at Physiques as well. They want their piece of flesh.
I do not believe poltergeists or phantoms have flesh.
Not exactly what I meant, but they want their answers too. Out of all of us, I was the least affected by this whole endeavor.
And for that I am grateful. If possible, please continue along this trajectory.
I think that depends on what we're facing. But
Indeed.
I'll do what I can to protect myself and my team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tabs. I'll keep you updated on what we find out. Hopefully, this is all just us jumping at shadows.
Jumping at shadows. Yes. Let us hope. Do you have any further queries, or may I return this unit to base?
Return that unit. Yes, you can return the unit to base. The only thing I would request is before it gets too deep, make sure it's scanned for any anything that might be residual. We don't know if this is a radiation effect or anything like that that could jump.
Understood. And with a metallic, you hear a turbine powering up as the unit like rises a few more feet, and then it starts like rocketing away.
Mm-hmm. I guess Elytra will probably maybe take a run and or walk through Elysium Park and just because I know I think we decided we were going to come back here and just maybe check out some of the sites that she hadn't gone to previously. See if the team has gotten any fan mail. She'll take notes and let them know if there is anything.
Well, no, nothing yet.
Is there anyone shit-talking Bulletproof on it?
Again, Halo Park is monitored. It's not just posting whatever people submit.
No, but there could be shady shit talking, kind of shady posts that are Schadenfreude.
Backhanded compliments.
Yeah.
Nothing you pick up.
Oh. So yeah, she'll just chill until either one of the team reaches out, or she's assuming we're at Physiques at some point later.
All right.
Also, might send Dino Boy a text saying, I do have those pointers for you. Because, yeah, she has this full notebook for him.
All right. Well, come the proper morning and not the dark of the morning, all of you, minus Elytra, do have a notification on your phone from Tabs that you have been assigned to the Physiques incident investigation. Yeah. I think we'll go ahead and start with everyone arriving at Physiques, unless someone has something they want to do before getting there.
I think I'm keeping an eye out to see if Kane makes another appearance.
Stalking you?
Stalking back.
Yes.
Have you told us he's stalking you yet?
No, I haven't.
No,
showed
we
it
don't.
to
This
the
is just
group.
this will just be a fun thing to discover.
Start the stalking chain reaction early.
Yes.
You don't see him. You do see Miss Juanita, though. She spots you at the window, and she gives you a polite little wave.
I relax a little bit and wave back.
All right. So you all are headed to Physiques?
Yeah.
Tess, go ahead and roll me a d6 real quick. Let's see if you notice anyone approaching Physiques in the early hours.
3.
Okay. I don't think they end up crossing your path, unfortunately. Though I imagine you are probably one of the first people to Physiques, just by nature of being close to it.
Yeah.
And you notice kind of a small crowd of heroes around it. Additionally, you notice that the building appears to be completely without power.
That tracks.
And you notice Physique himself, sort of standing on top of a box at the front door, being like, I understand, I am upset too, but once we figure out what the incident was, we will reopen immediately, not to worry. Until then, there are other locations. And then someone in the crowd is like, you're the best, Physique, why would we want to go to some other gym? He's like, that's very flattering, but I don't want anyone getting hurt. We had just a bit of a malfunction, again.
I think Elytra will stay and scope out the crowd just to see if there's any behaviors that stick out or are shady in any way, or like the perpetrator returning to the scene of the crime kind of situation.
Roll me an assess the situation.
I'll look this up because I don't remember my scores again. Sorry, I had this stuff pulled up and then I closed stuff out, so.
That's right.
I like this music.
Oh, not as nice as I wanted it to be. Yeah, that's a 4, so no. Electra tries.
Don't forget to mark potential.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just like a mass of quote unquote humanity. Not everyone in the crowd is actually human.
Mm-hmm.
San Sebastián and all that, but it's a teeming mass to you. You're not really able to pick anything out.
Question.
Mhm.
Did we add team to the pool at the beginning of this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to remember to do that. We are currently at 2 team.
2 team.
Okay, because I had 2 team from last time.
Keep in mind the team
I
pool
forgot the
empties
rules
every
out.
time time passes.
Mhm.
So that's usually in between most of our sessions. But because we've had 2
Okay.
sessions that are happening like on consecutive days, the pool hasn't emptied yet. So it's at 2.
Okay, but we don't. Sorry, I thought the rule is that you add a team at the beginning of a session. I might be misremembering.
Yes. But
Oh.
you had one at the start of the previous session that I didn't say because I'm an idiot and a bad GM.
Ah, all right. My notes were incorrect then, but fair enough.
Sorry, my bad. Currently sitting
It's
at
just
2.
me taking questionable notes.
No, that's fine. But yeah, all of you can arrive. Elytra, you said you were lightly costumed.
Yep.
So you all have been officially assigned to this. Are you coming in costume or are you coming more in civilian dress?
Well, is there a protocol for like this kind of investigation, or does it not really matter?
One of the benefits of being a hero is that kind of so long as you get the job done, there aren't a whole lot of like protocols per se. That being said, generally recommended to present a good image.
Yeah,
So-
Glory would be showing up in costume then.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Your own
Why
business,
are
not
you
on,
yelling at me?
Yeah. The only reason Electra's lightly costumed is because she's still not entirely sure how much she trusts her tech in contact with her. So she's not in the full mech stuff that she normally has with her.
All right.
Somewhere in the distance, Glory is like vindication. Sorry.
That's fine.
No, mostly she'd be like, I don't feel good that Elytra is not protected.
Fully suited. Her bandage
You
hand
get you
is
a non-tech suit.
yeah. I mean, she does still have like the spider silk stuff and everything like that, at least.
Oh yeah, no, like
Yeah.
what does partially costume look like for her?
I think more so she's not like she normally has like gauntlets and stuff, and she's not wearing the gauntlets. I do think she does probably still have her wings, like if like ready to deploy if she needs them. She's probably not in like techie big boots either or anything like that, or like chest
Makes
plate.
sense.
Or her wings are part of the chest plate, so she does have that at least.
That tracks. Thank you.
But yeah, you all arrive with Elytra sort of like trying to peer over the top of this crowd that have formed outside Physiques, and they're all sort of not angry, more just annoyed that their workout routines have been like messed with.
Mood.
But slowly the crowd is starting to disperse. And it's about at that time, Thoth, you hear a voice behind you. Pleasure to see you all again. And you all turn around, and there is Lucifer's Cane and Dino Boy, both in costume, standing there.
Glaring daggers at Kane. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get him in fucking hot shit. And say,
God.
Finally decided to take a break from magically stalking me, or did you know I'd be here too?
Woof.
Oh!
What?
I think
That would character-
Elytra was relaxed at least a little bit until that statement, and then whirls on Kane and yells, "What?"
Oh god.
Well, I had been endeavoring to contact you discreetly, but it appears that someone, he, glares back at you, Elytra, decided to disclose the events that happened in Undertown. Dino Boy behind him.
Have you never heard of a phone call, bro? You could just call somebody.
You can ask Tabs to put him in contact with you.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
There's a whole AI. If I wanted to contact somebody, I could just ask the phone. Bloody Millicent, you are
Tabs has
so
been
chatty.
sensitive to that sort of breach of personal privacy in the past.
That's why you ask her to pass a message along.
Or to get
You're so weird.
both to get into contact with you.
Or, I don't know, I'm her protege. Have her contact me to tell him to get in contact with you.
So you claim.
Okay. I'm assuming you two were also assigned to this?
I was assigned to this. Dino Boy, I came along. I'm not missing this.
I suppose we can't say no to help. Fair enough.
He sort of flashes a smile at you, Elytra.
Wait,
And then the
Dino
smile
Boy
just-
or Kane?
Dino Boy.
Oh,
The ghost is
Uh,
here. It's possessing Kane.
No, it's Dino Boy. But then he sort of notices SP in the back and just sort of smile goes away.
I feel like Elytra picks up on that more so than the smile. The fact that it went away.
In any case, let's get this exorcism over with, shall we? I
Like
do have dinner with Father this
exorcism.
evening.
Bad even for you.
I think it was pretty good.
Is that how you get rid of your daddy demons?
You exorcise.
You exorcise them.
Yeah.
Dino Boy. Oh, exercise them! I get it.
Elytra's just like
Plot.
mentally, I did not get enough sleep for this whole situation right now.
Lucifer seems to be echoing that thought process as he just sort of pinches the bridge of his nose.
All right, we should probably get started before we get got by ghosts, huh?
Ghosts.
If it's ghosts, it might not be.
It's at this point that a hero who's sort of walking past you guys sort of stops. Wait, ghosts? What do you mean ghosts?
The
Well,
dumb
Kane's here. He brings them with him.
I thought you called him cocaine for a second.
For what is sort of above the table, she's attempting a quick redirect away from revealing mission information.
Well, this heroine, actually, we'll say that this is a woman with long red hair and sort of this green and black cloak that extends to about her arms, so to speak.
Anyone
sort
you
of,
recognize? Or...
Giving her a bell shape.
Huh.
She is approximately your guys' age. Probably one of the newer, young heroes. So...
Oh, they were talking about the ghosts of my past.
Kane brings the ghost of...
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Haven't I seen you?
The ghost of Christmas past, I thought.
This
Yeah.
more or less is a conversation that devolved into a series of interconnected jokes that stopped making sense about a minute ago.
That's true.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah, I get that with my
Or-
girlfriend sometimes.
Yeah.
there. Yeah, no, to answer your question, maybe? I don't know.
Are you
I'm
guys
like an F-list celebrity hero or something? I don't know.
Are you guys like new young giants, or are you guys helping them out with this?
No.
No.
We're not
More of
young.
a
We are the
collaboration.
misfits.
Luciferous heavens no.
Almost, but no.
Yeah,
Misfits.
no, this is actually
With a
we're
Y.
volunteering to help them. They can't afford our services.
Pro bono. We do a lot of pro
Especially
bono
Kane.
work.
Kane especially cannot afford our services.
We charge extra for antagonism.
Huh. I haven't heard of you guys before.
Yeah,
Not super
we're
high profile.
very famous in Japan, actually.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm Cypher. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. I'm Heavenly Katana.
Yeah, I have seen you on the news before. Weren't you with those, what's their futs?
Losers?
Specials or
Oh.
something?
Yeah, no, I mean
They don't sound very
No.
important.
No.
I think
Don't
one of them
interact
wears
with them.
poop emoji briefs.
Yeah, I did it like a brief trial with them, but it just wasn't right, you know?
Not
Yeah,
the right fit.
I get that. Well,
You gotta have the
All
right
looks,
vibe
no
with your groups.
substance.
good luck with this. And hey, if you need a psychic, I'm right here.
Good to know.
We will remember that.
Possibly hold that thought.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be walking around trying to find a new gym. I want to do my stretches this morning, but guess that's
Hey.
not happening here.
Running on a beach, great for your leg muscles.
It's true.
Yoga
Above
on the
the
beach
table,
is
is
good
this
for
anywhere near a
stretching those
beach?
muscles.
Above the table, is this anywhere near a beach?
No.
I
This
got the
is like
impression
the
it was
heart of
like
the
super
city.
inland. Okay. Fair enough.
There is a beach in San Sebastian, but it's like out bayfront. Like it's not here.
Us. Exercise. I don't know. Treat yourself.
Two
That's
running on
fair.
the beach.
Or just laying on the beach, go for a swim in the ocean. Get a slushy.
Do you want to get a slushy after this, though?
I don't know about
Probably.
slushy. Still trying to fit this costume, you know.
Go for a jog. Elysium Park's relatively safe. Barring.
Parkour.
See, now when
That
you
is
say
great.
relatively,
Well, barring ghosts in the gym.
It's
There
San
are ghosts in the
Sebastian.
There's
Unclear.
ghosts everywhere. It's just a thing. I mean, this land hasn't
There's a
been
ghost behind
inhabited
you.
for how long? Of course there's ghosts.
Larry looks at Thoth like,
Yeah, I mean, this is Bob over here. She just starts gesturing to the air. He died of a
He
car
died.
accident back in like the 1940s.
Lucifer steps forward. Okay, we're done here.
Larry's joined the
I'm
face
sorry,
palm
that was a bad
contingent.
bit.
I am with
bits with
Kane
the
on this one. Let's get it moving.
Please. DB in the back is just like,
Time to exercise these demons.
well, good luck with whatever it is.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We will need
Good
it.
luck with
Thank
your,
you.
backup
And then she just like
exercise
behind
plan.
Kane's back is just like she just like makes a face like
Could everyone roll me a d6 real quick?
Sure.
Maybe.
Did Kane's ghost see her make the face?
I got a 1.
Ooh.
For 3.
4. I got a 4.
Okay.
4.
Okay.
Oh, almost.
We will say Thoth and SP then. You all catch that someone is lingering on a corner nearby. A familiar someone. It is the one-armed, dark-skinned hero that you saw in Physiques the other day, who was asking Physique about what was going on. He appears to be in his costume. It's not a very it's not a very official looking costume. It's kind of like cargo pants and a crescent moon tank top. Guy doesn't even have like shoes on.
I will whisper just loud enough for everyone around us. Well, I want to do two things. Reflexively kind of reach out to try and gauge this guy's emotional state, and to whisper loud enough for everyone around me to hear. Keep calm. We've got eyes on us.
One-armed man again.
I tagged this guy with the bug.
Who else got a stalker here? I thought it was just me and Thoth.
As you reach out, Thoth, you get sort of a vibe of curiosity from him. Not worry so much. Not like fear. More just like an impression of, huh, interesting.
Is there a fly by the feet of our stalker?
Yes.
We can say there's an ant.
Can I tag him with an ant?
Easy
Tag
enough.
him with an ant. It's
Alright,
an
yeah.
ant tag, not an air tag.
You found the
I-
antagonist.
I would note, Thoth.
Oh!
I would note, Thoth, as you whisper, and all of you start like chattering a little bit, you notice a shift in his emotions of like, oh,
Busted.
Like,
and as if he heard you.
oh, okay.
Found this campaign's Joe.
I will not. Does he start to go away?
Mhm.
No, he just sort of like keeps leaning there, one hand in pocket.
I'm gonna pull out my phone and like open the notes app and then type out. He's definitely curious about us. It doesn't seem to be malicious. Had a reaction like he heard what I said to all of you, and I will just kind of like lean over. I don't know if people are like in groups next to me, but lean over and be like, "Hey, look at this!" Kind of like pointing at my phone.
And your kid be like, oh my goodness. Look at how cute that kitten is. She's not good after
If
that.
deadpan, like, disbelief was an emotion, Thoth, that's what you just got off of this guy.
Kind of just like close my eyes, like, oh my god, trying not to verbally express anything or give it away to where he's at, since I don't know what other powers he's got. And I'll just be like, should we get going?
Yeah.
Might
Totally
as well
attract further
start.
attention.
Yeah.
At this point, the crowd has mostly dispersed, and Physique pops off his literal soapbox. He says, there they are. Thank you all for coming.
Not a problem.
I'll just like nod towards Jim.
Alright. Tabs has got all the power switched off. I got a generator around back in case we want to try turning anything on. Let me know if you need anything. I'll be up in my office. Figured I'll take this opportunity to catch up on some paperwork.
Let us know
for the
if
power.
anything... Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. For the power, what should we know about manual breakers, any of that kind of thing, or is it all connected to the grid and controlled remotely?
Crap, what my tech guys say. I think it is all powered by the grid. At least according to Tab, she said that she put a shut-off on the grid to the building so that we could do isolated power testing. We do have a breaker. It's on the first floor, but you need to access the Undercroft. There's an area, there's like a stairwell through the office. You can go into there, and there will be some maintenance stuff.
Okay.
I've set everything to 0 weight, so nothing should be dangerous. At least Assuming everything goes, right?
We'll keep an eye out in any case.
Hopefully.
I'll keep 2 eyes out.
Yeah.
Have there been any developments since last night?
Nope. It's been quiet.
All right.
All right.
Is
But
there
if you-
anyone in that crowd this morning that stuck out to you? Anyone heckling, taking unnecessarily interest in the situation?
Well, yeah, plenty, but let's be real, some heroes are not great about not getting their way.
Well,
You
then
don't
fair.
say.
You don't say.
And DB just starts like staring at the back of Lucifer's Kane's head, and he just says, "I can feel you staring."
HK looks over and
Well, if it's true.
she like zooms over to Dino Boy and offers him a high five.
He takes it.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
Cause friction within the young giants.
Can we
I
cause
mean, I think we
them
kind of already
to-
did, considering how much
That's-
Floor loves us.
Can we
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Kane didn't love that.
can we
No,
can
we can't
we
invite them to
cause
lunch.
them to crumble from the inside?
They have been a team a significantly longer time than y'all have.
Yeah,
Just
but
throwing
I
that
want to
out
be
there.
like, now who's misfitting together?
Jesus. Okay. So are we inside at this point, or is this still outside?
No, still outside.
Okay.
Oh, y'all should probably get one of these. He pulls out a key. I know it's old-fashioned, but I prefer mechanical locks. I've broken a few too many flimsy electronic ones.
I've been there.
Mechanical
Fair.
might be in our best interests right now, seeing as whatever this is does seem to function on electrical impulses.
Don't know
Indeed.
what's
And in regards to that, I am going to need to know where all your primary power conduits are so that I can properly analyze them. I assume you have a set of schematics? Of course. I'll get them out of my office in a second here. Just figured we should all probably go in together in case something acts up.
All right.
Alright. He turns around, takes his own ring of keys, unlocks the door. It is very quiet in comparison to when you guys came in yesterday. No voices, no sounds of the machines being used, no videos playing, no music. Just sort of that quiet echo you get when you're inside like a empty building. The spookiness is somewhat alleviated by the fact, though, that it is, middle of the day.
For now.
And this building is mostly made of glass, so not particularly dark in here.
I can make it spook.
That is not a challenge.
It's
Get the feeling we just gotta wait around a bit.
always Halloween when you're
Yeah.
so.
Okay, so he goes up to his office to get schematics that
Yep.
Kane asked for, just to make sure I get
Yes.
voices clear there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I'm not great at distinguishing voices.
Yeah, you did a decent job.
You're
That's
fine.
more just I'm out of it today.
Once
Okay.
we're inside, are like the doors and windows behind us just all glass?
Yeah.
All right, I want to just glance over my shoulder and see if that hero's still watching us. He's still hanging around.
I wouldn't necessarily say watching. He is still hanging around. At this point, he's switched from leaning against like a lamppost, and now he's sitting on a bench, just sort of like spread out a little bit, just like sort of like idly looking around.
I just mutter real. Did Zeke lock the door behind us when we came inside?
He did not.
Is it like a turn lock?
Yes.
I am gonna lock the door.
Okay. As you do that, Kane sort of looks over. I'm not certain that's wise.
So,
Well, even if we do have a follower, if something were to happen, we do need a point of exit, do we not?
Jump through a window.
it takes.
You don't have hoverboards? You guys are the young giants.
Hoverboards.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a cost-benefit analysis. Is what's in here worse than what's out there?
Exactly. And we can see easily what's out there. What's out there appears to be
See
some
what
sort of
we
bored
can
individual.
easily see what is out there now. Where else we're gonna go?
Thoth.
Yeah.
Is it just this guy, or you got some other stuff you're thinking about?
Right now, the only one I've pinged, but no one else isn't up or somewhere else. I can't see.
Okay.
It's mainly I'm not currently picking up anything malicious from him, but the fact that I'm not sure what his motive is that has me on edge.
Suspicious.
He's curious
let's
about
walk
it,
through.
but what's he gonna like? How's he gonna act on that curiosity?
That's fair, and we don't know that. Let's think through the alternative then. These windows, glass, something more reinforced than glass? Is it break-throughable?
Maybe.
DB.
I'm not going to test it
I
with that
mean,
reason.
I'm gonna assume it can break, considering,
You want me to see if
I could just
could
go
break
full
it?
Titanosaurus and bust out the whole first floor of this place.
No.
My question is
Wait,
more,
what?
is it breakable for somebody? What level of power do we need to break it? If it's normal glass, most of us can probably handle that at some degree, or can have a buddy who can. Depending on what else it's made out of, this is a super-powered gym. Probably more than one weight has gone near those windows.
True. Yeah.
So I will admit I am inclined to agree with Kane on this, but Thoth, I do trust your judgment. So
At least if we're thinking, are you thinking through this in the way that if we're able to break through the glass to get out, something can break through the glass to get in, or is it mainly just making sure we have an escape route?
option 2. I don't like leaving only one escape route. I don't like leaving only 2. Here, this limits us. And my concern is more the unknown of what's in here worries me a little more than the unknown of what's out there. But your point is well taken, and I don't disagree with it. So I'm officially stepping out of that particular decision, but I will say one thing I am going to insist on is don't go anywhere by yourself. And that, she looks at the rest of the misfits, that goes for all of us.
Even me?
Buddy
Yes.
system.
Buddy
Yeah.
system.
Well,
Okay.
HK, if you go off on your own, how are you going to help defend the rest of your team?
That's fair. Who wants to ride the hoverboard and go really fast through this place then?
I'm not sure that's wise right now.
DB starts to raise a hand, and then Mr. First, without even looking, smacks it down.
Yup.
He's like,
How-
I want to do a super fast hoverboard.
How about we rain check a joyride for after this? Blow up
Yeah.
some steam.
Okay, fine. We had fun the last time we did the
Uh.
racing hoverboard.
It
The
was fun.
Supersonic.
And then we had to
supersonic.
fight a terrorist. But,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, You guys fought Silver Spectre, didn't you? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Both
I
of
talked a
them
lot of shit
Uh,
to him.
That's insane.
I mean,
Where were you
you
that
got a
day?
couple licks in him. For me, yeah. Sir
For
looks at
who?
like,
I was
yeah.
sick.
As
Elytra wasn't
doable
there.
as possible.
It was me,
He doesn't know
Glory,
that.
Yeah, no,
and
I was like,
Thoth.
yeah, Elytra kind of looks down and scuffs her boot because she's like, I wasn't able to help my team in that situation.
Oh,
HK
but-
knew Phantom was there. She just didn't know who he was. Because he had called Glory and she's like, hey, he's in trouble. We gotta go. But Elytra was not there.
So I've narrowed his identity down to these 4 guys that were.
There was Martians there and
I
a
was about to say,
couple
there were
of
some Martians.
people.
You're
You
Potentially
don't
a
actually
Martian.
know.
He could have
Potentially
been the
could
lady.
be a
He
He
could
could
be
have
the
been a
lady with the
cook.
voice modulator.
Yeah.
Well, I mean-
could've been.
Have we seen SP's hands at any point? Because Martians
Ah,
have fewer
Glory
fingers than
has
humans, no?
seen
correct.
the lower half. Y'all have all seen the lower half of his face because he takes his mask up
Does
to
it
eat.
look like a Martian? The lower half of his
Well,
face.
lower half of Martian faces look like human faces.
Ah,
Oh
ha,
well,
Oh.
then he very well could be a Martian.
I would say above the table.
Start a
if SP
conspiracy
was,
theory online.
Wearing
She's
civvies.
she's
not
she's
gonna
measuring
say
his
anything,
height,
though.
thinking in her head how tall everybody was. No.
I think
Okay.
Elytra will look at Thoth though and say, if it's of any reassurance, I do have our observer tagged with a guest, and he hasn't necessarily found it yet, so can turn my attention to that at any point. And hopefully if he approaches, I'll be able to give us a little forewarning.
You're working with tabs, as you say. Why don't you just use electronic taggers as opposed to living ones?
Because it creeps people out more, Kane.
Also, a lot of people can detect electronic taggers these days.
Yeah, nobody's gonna suspect a fly on them.
It
A
also
little-
might not be beneficial to use electronics at this moment, given the current predicament.
Also, yeah, if they find an ant in their pant, they're not probably going to suspect
Yeah, I
anything.
can plausible deniability.
You can't prove that it was, you know.
You understand that our mission is to enforce the law, correct? DB, oh come on, Lucy. Lighten up.
If I suspect someone's going to interfere with us enforcing the law, I'm taking precautions to prevent that interference that may or may not get them harmed. I don't know if that hero back there can take on what we're facing in here. And they could be a potential threat. They're showing a very unusual interest in our group.
Think of it this way. If a unexpected person is just kind of loitering outside a crime scene, do cops not pay attention to what they're doing?
Maybe
DB
he's
seems to be
distracted
like
to one of
legitimately
us.
thinking about it for a second. Luciferus is just like, yes, I understand.
In any case, I think we have bigger problems right now. Kane, Elytra, you are our subject specialist here. Thoughts on a plan of attack here?
Well, I think first Elytra will bring up what Tabs revealed there this morning regarding eerie similarities and the request specifically to withdraw for backup if we find something that directly points to Blackout.
Well, that's disturbing.
DB, oh come on. He fried his brain like, what, 100 years ago? Who cares?
30?
I mean, but like, can't like computers repair? Like, they're.
But he's not
What
a
if the-
computer, he's just a mold guy.
What if
What
the
if
brain
he
fry was
coded his
the
brain?
end result of that?
Yeah,
It was the software fry the hardware.
It
it
could have
can
happened.
take on a life of its own. Just ask our super mom.
Kane just sort of like
I mean,
blinks.
not my specific super mom. I don't think she
Super
knows
mom.
anything about that, but you know, her super mom / the team super mom.
It's not technically inaccurate given the mother henning.
I mean, in our recent endeavor into Undertown, we literally encountered magic tech. I don't think safely ruling out.
And I did not become a vampire.
It's
Also,
precisely
Hellbugs.
why I am not ruling anything out. I intend to survey this place top to bottom. Every sweaty, mold-filled corner.
Are you gonna summon demons for that?
You said you're on a timer for that. I'm assuming still too soon. Is it something about a barrier's weakening if you open like hell portals too often?
Correct.
You know,
But-
I can like survey things really fast.
Yes, and I'm certain without a great deal of accuracy.
Did you just call me stupid?
No.
No. Look,
I told you
okay.
unobservant.
How about
We have
split up?
multiple skill sets here. Both. Thank you. That was a continue, please.
Oh.
Sorry.
How about we split off into pairs and we can all take one section of the gym to inspect super duper closely, and if you feel so compelled, you can have a spray bottle of cleaning solution to clear out any mold you find.
Excellent. I'll be partnering with... And then, before Lucifer's can finish, Dino Boy, like, zips to Elytra's side. I'm partnering with Elytra.
Betrayal!
Wow.
Okay. That just happened. We will need at least one group of three.
Yeah,
I was
we're
gonna
not- we
say
have a
we're an
group of
odd
three.
number. SP.
I don't know if-
You want to be on my team?
I don't know
Alright.
if Thoth should be alone with Kane if Kane's stalking him.
Yeah.
I was not
Right.
stalking him.
All right, I'll be
If
their
Thoth's-
third,
if
and I
Thoth's
can
cool
make
with it, then
super
that's
awkward
fine,
if you want.
but- Otherwise, you can come with us.
Attempted to make contact with him. And apparently,
By
you noticed my
stalking.
Me
presence,
and
but
Kane
refused to
won't
make
get anything
contact.
done because we'll be bickering the whole time.
Okay.
How about
Yeah,
this?
maybe you should come with us.
Conversely, HK, if you're with Kane and he has a message to pass along, that might be faster. Unless you have magical means of passing a message along that you're willing to use.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Probably shouldn't use our phones in here.
Yeah.
That was
it
a
did
question.
take up-
Well, I do have one solution. Balthazar,
No.
just on his shoulder, a little imp foop, appears.
Oh.
Yeah, boss. We need
Wait,
some
sorry, was
messenger.
Balthazar one like last time that showed up,
Huh?
or is this a new one?
This is a new one.
Okay.
We need some messenger services done. On it. And just like he snaps his fingers and a little tiny like parchment and quill appears in his hands. We'll rely on Balthazar for messenger services if we're so afraid of using technology.
I'd prefer to take precautions.
Yeah.
You're wise to do so.
Well, the phones that scanned this entity last time did not become contaminated. Tabs did mention that if it knows the frequency, it can listen in.
Okay. How about I do this? Elytra and DB, since that's okay.
Like, just fine with that.
Thoth, since you're apparently having Kane issues, dealer's choice. I think that HK, since you're fast enough, you should be a rotating third.
For you, son. I
What?
got 99 pounds, but a cane ain't one. Actually, all of them are bulletproof. My bad.
To be fair, I'd much rather Kane be here than bulletproof.
That's
I think
true.
It's
we
not
all
really in
would.
comparison.
I'm
That's-
actually-
Kane's
yeah.
actually useful. Bulletproof. I don't know what that guy does besides.
He's a dick.
Yeah.
He
he's a dick.
blows.
It would be pretty entertaining to make him
He
have
makes a
different
decent
kind
like
of boxers on, you
meat
know,
shield.
every few minutes.
To be
Okay.
fair, standing behind him, you will not get hit by bullets.
Dino Boy sort of like kneels down to Kane's level and stir whispers, bulletproof? And Kane just shrugs.
They don't even know who he is. That's amazing. I can't wait to tell him that. Oh wait, I blocked him and I never want to talk to him again. Never mind. You guys can tell him that.
Dealer's choice. Good to going with Kane or switch it up.
Okay, so we have Elytra, Dino Boy.
Yeah.
HK is going to be a rotating third. and so it would just
Yeah, I'll be messenger girl.
It's most likely going to be you and SP are splitting up.
I think
We'll put
Unless
Glory
you two
with
want to go together, I can go
Glory
with
with
Kane. I'm fine
Kane, and then
I was gonna say, if you didn't want to go with Kane, I think it makes sense to have one physically strong person with the less fighter focused people.
That is also probably a good consideration.
That's probably a good call.
so
All right.
Dino's
So, bodyguard duty?
Electra's muscle. SP, you're Thoth's muscle. Glory, you are Kane's muscle, and I am just super fast.
I think for the moment you should go with Thoth and SP. You can switch it up as needed.
Well, I'll probably just bounce around between groups.
The other two groups do have a messenger aspect to their powers.
Yes.
Okay.
That would work. Okay. Stay safe. Don't do anything stupid.
Mhm.
Or if you're going to do something stupid, please tell us first.
So we can prepare for it.
Well, there's 3 floors of this establishment. Seems as though we have approximately 3 teams.
Different things to do on each floor, or approximately the same thing?
My particular skill set, there's only one sort of process here. I can't speak to what investigative processes the rest of you may have.
Do we meet? Oh, I go fast and I can see things in fast mode. That's about it.
Fascinating.
Depending on what bugs I have access to, I can access other senses that typically aren't available to human perception. And I
wonder
can
if
go
they're
over that.
cockroaches.
Physique is like walking down the stairs and hears this and says, "We do not have roaches."
I can
Right
confirm
after
that.
this.
Don't worry, Physique, I'm not bringing in roaches.
Don't.
Especially not those special ones you made.
I made a promise.
The hell bugs.
Avoid that, please.
I mean,
Those aren't approved for use yet.
Okay.
Schematics, as requested. He hands over the schematics. Kane just sort of like flicks them open. Simple construction. Well, I mean, it's a gym. It's not like I'm building a suspension bridge here. What is the material that these
weights are pretty impressive.
Thanks. What is this material used for the windows? Oh, cyberglass. And then Dino Boy goes, "Oh, cyberglass."
Say more? What kind of durability are we talking about?
Well, I got the Kinetic package, so it's kind of as much as needed. You know.
Oh.
Okay, not a viable escape route.
Oh, is that a concern?
Potentially.
Hopefully not.
Well,
We don't know
if
what's in here yet, but it's usually better to plan for all angles, if possible.
Fair point. Well, if you absolutely have to, he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out this orange, like, hook-looking tool. I use this whenever one of them needs maintenance. I think I have a few more in the storage shed out back. I can go grab a few for you.
Would probably be helpful, just in case.
But if you really need to get out, just wedge this in between the molding, give it a good yank, should pop right out. Just don't smash them. They're designed to take blunt force.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, if you'll excuse me, I'll go get those, and I need to, update. And he'll go to the door, go to open it, and just sort of like... Do one of y'all lock this?
There was a guy out there creeping around.
Yeah.
You mean Vance? And he points a thumb over at the, young hero in the, black pants and tank top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know this guy?
Yeah.
He works here, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, he's working here.
I.
Can I roll pierce the mask on that?
That
'Cause
doesn't sound
what
right.
the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Sure.
That wasn't sus at all.
I was gonna ping his
Yeah.
emotional state.
That's probably more reliable.
For whoever wants to roll Pierce the Mask, go ahead and roll Pierce the Mask. Thoth, emotional vibe is ooh, can't talk about that.
Gonna wait and see what the rest of the team does with that
I
pierce the
got a
mask.
7.
Hold on to that little tidbit of information.
I got a 4, so
Potential.
Electra's not doing
Potential.
great.
We're sitting at a 6.
I did it.
I did clear my track though. So
Woo!
Ta-da!
So,
Congrats.
SP, what question would you like to ask?
What is he really planning? Vis-a-vis, what is why lie about this?
Well, it doesn't seem malicious. You've seen a malicious lie before, SP. Doesn't feel like that.
Mood.
It reminds you more of like when Dutch got in trouble at the dojo at one point, and you just like completely covered for him. Just sort of a lie of like, oh no, I did this. It's fine. Just sort of a like taking the bullet lie. So
Okay.
you get the impression that what Physique is planning here is protecting this Vance character.
Okay. I don't know who
Alright.
Vance is or why he would do this, but currently
Yeah.
no reason to not trust Physique, so I don't think this really it doesn't matter to me anymore.
Yeah, I would note to all of you, you do not recognize him as a hero. Which, I mean, not unsurprising, there's a lot of heroes in this city, but, like, you have no clue who this guy is, hero-wise.
I mean, there are some heroes that just don't have a publicly known hero persona, right?
Some, but they're rare, especially in this
Okay.
city where, you know, you get paid for being a hero.
Yeah, that's also fair.
But unless anyone else, like, talks or stops him, Physique will unlock the door and say, I'll be right back. And he'll jog over to where Vance is sort of just, like, sprawled out on the bench, just, like, staring up at the sky, bored.
Watching that.
I'm listening through my bug.
I will inform everybody that he's covering for Vance for some reason.
Wonder
He
why.
talks about.
Also, good catch.
Elytra, it's easy enough to listen in. Your aunt has had to dodge the occasional, like, foot scratch.
Swipe. Yeah. It's probably found a comfy spot in like the seam of his sweat, like cargo pants at this point.
You hear as this Vance character sort of goes, hey, done already? No, I'm gonna take care of some paperwork. Come on, man. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't know how long they're gonna be here. Knowing what Kane is like, this is probably gonna take a few hours. Ugh. Dude, I gotta work tonight. I know. Don't worry. Here. And he, like, takes his key ring. You can let yourself into the house. And there, you don't see what happens, Elytra, but Thoth, you see, as there's just sort of, like, this look from Vance of, like, are you sure? It's okay. It's okay. Dude, it's not gonna get you in trouble. It's fine. Just let yourself in. Alright. He just sort of like stands up and stretches. Go get some sleep, kid. Yeah. Good luck fighting ghosts. Yeah, I don't know either. See ya. And they just go their separate ways, as it appears that this Vance character was waiting for Physique to get done.
Elytra will just say Vance is going home and leave it at that, because she just overheard some stuff that she's like, that's
Not for my
really
ears.
my business and not mine to reveal. So,
And now you have a fraction of the experience that Tabs has every single day.
We're gonna
To
get
be
worse.
fair, Tabs probably likes it with her mother henning. You know.
Let's just say I have a
know
speech
everybody's
prepared for
business.
if/when someone brings up the fact that Tabs is literally listening into like every conversation happening in San Sebastian at any given time.
This is something that Gloria occasionally does think about.
This is not
Ethics.
something HK has ever thought about, but she's going to now. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god. Immediately just paranoia.
As this is
Elytra
happening, though,
definitely thinks about it, but she's like, I also do it whenever, like, a lot of the time, so I can't judge.
at this point, though, Kane has sort of laid out the schematics on like top of a weight bench. It's like, okay, the highest percent probability of there being activity is the 3rd floor. So, let's see, who was I partnered with again?
That'd be me.
You, correct?
Glory.
Yes, Glory. Sorry.
No problem.
Hard to keep track of all the names sometimes.
Internally, Poe's like, he apologized. Wow, he's capable of that.
Maybe he just gets flustered when he's stuck in the guy's legs. Anyways. I didn't say that in character.
2 of us will take the 3rd floor then. My investigation should result in something if there is some sort of spectral entity here. 2nd floor has possible residuals. Let's
Do we
see.
need like witches or anything?
Is that what Kane's here for?
Yeah.
I think
Nice.
it's different. I think demons are his thing, not like ghosts. I think it's a different subclass of like thing.
You are correct, though I am trained in the general practices of most other magical foci.
I think if we need to specify, diverging into witches might be an option, but for right now, I think we're doing general sweeps from what I'm getting. We pick something up that diverges from Kane's specialty. We'll look into specializing a little more first, or at that point.
Broad strokes, nail it down.
Precisely. And since there is possible residual magical energies on the 2nd floor, Thoth, you and your partner take the 2nd floor. I believe that would leave you, DB, and Elytra down here.
Sounds good. I don't
Alright.
have any issues with that.
Let's get to work. And remember, thorough job.
I think before Kane leaves, Elytra will also mention the fact that she noticed the interference when she was trying to communicate with their bugs leaving that room.
Noted.
I don't know if it pushes more towards the demon aspect after the exposures we've had, or if it is less demon because of it, but
Magic and
Hey,
technology can have a contentious relationship at times. Such flickers usually occur whenever anything supernatural is observed.
Okay, and if we're dealing with something without a physical form, do you have a go-to plan for your team for people who don't have that ability?
Yeah, that's a good call.
We're working with super strength here or punching things in a lot of cases for a few of our members.
Yeah.
I can do things fast.
That's true.
And I have this really sharp sword.
Does it
She
cut
just
through
points
ghosts?
to it. She
My-
doesn't pull it out, but
The thought is more if it's something non-corporeal. The sword might on its own not necessarily do anything, but I don't know enough about your sword to say.
we might have an ethereal bow versus
it's a magic sword.
a physical one. Which
That is true, but I don't know what that means in this context.
Me either.
We should work on that sometime.
I mean, if anything, if there is some residual or ethereal being that one of us encounters, get the other more. I don't even know what the word is. Not get everyone in the same
I
room, and maybe we can
get what you're saying.
Did you guys ever watch that show Supernatural? Like, can we
What?
just like set a trap for it, like on that show from back in the day?
I feel like we need to know what we are looking at before we can trap said
Okay.
thing.
Precisely, and that's also why I'm not immediately giving advice here. Because while ethereal beings may seem rather uniform from the outside, their properties are very differential based upon what they are. Some, like your standard poltergeist, can simply be evaded by removing objects in the area. Some, like your more classical kami, are nigh unstoppable with their ability to phase in and out of physicality as they see fit.
Our
Or
classical what?
kami.
I mean, assuming that whatever we interacted with did possess that exercise machine, that's one way it can give itself physical form.
Of course, we don't
Nice.
know if it's ghosts. We'll adapt as
Yes.
needed then.
Yeah.
What's a digital
If you are
ghost?
confronted by whatever this entity is, my recommendation would be to fall back to my location.
Seems reasonable.
Alright, let's get to work. I need to be out of here before 8 o'clock.
Stay safe.
And you all split up. I think we're...
Split the party. Split the party.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna start with Elytra and DB.
Mhm.
As once everyone has gone upstairs, he sort of is like, so, Silver Spectre.
I cannot attest to how that entire situation went down. We have not fully debriefed on that. There
know.
was an issue, and we
I don't know, I just think it's funny that he shows up when you're not there. Never mind.
okay. Um,
Well, I mean, you're the smartest member of the team, right? So if anybody's going to
Debatable.
figure out that Silver Phantom's working for him, it would be you.
I work for him now.
Oh, he is lucky Glory is not there.
Electra is the brain cell of the team, according to DB.
First of all, there is plenty of intelligence on this team. Secondly, I do not take kindly to anyone insulting or insinuating that my teammate is working for a villain.
All right.
His ass.
All right.
I would say many people would argue that I work for a villain because of my powers.
Well, that's bald.
So, but it is a rumor that exists. And as bullshit as it is, it's persisted. This is my third fucking team because of that stupid rumor. So maybe just think about the rumors you spread and try and get to know the person beneath the mask.
Yeah, okay.
I've seen Silver do far more to protect me and protect the team and put his life at risk than I have seen him get even close to thinking about betraying any one of us. He's in the thick of it. Far more so than I ever am.
I'm sorry. I just think... Look, even if he is a good guy, you gotta understand that I'm not okay with that costume.
Colors are different.
Maybe there's a reason. And maybe it's something he has to work out. Are you in any place to judge where anyone is in their life? We all have our own problems.
I mean, I might, but you don't know. I don't think I am. Sorry. So, we should get started.
Probably a good idea.
And you watch as his whole form just sort of like folds in on itself as he transforms into about like a 4 foot at the hip tall, some sort of raptor looking thing with these big old owl eyes on its head. Which, depending upon your dinosaur knowledge, you would possibly recognize as a Troodon.
I was about to say, I am pretty sure to make her like little notes for Dino Boy. Elytra went down quite a rabbit hole, and that's partially why she didn't sleep last night. The other reason was she didn't want, like, she had so many other thoughts. So the reason she went down the rabbit hole was dissociation. I'm going to focus on someone else.
Doesn't like an obsessive dissociation.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll me plus superior, and with an additional +1, thanks to Dino Boy assisting you.
Great. My dice are betraying me.
No.
But I think it's a 7.
Okay. Alright. Duly noted. We'll get to what things are found later on here. But time marches on. It goes from like early morning to like early afternoon. We'll go ahead and move to the second floor, which I believe had Thoth, Silver Phantom, and Heavenly Katana on it.
Yeah.
The boys and Fast Girl.
Speed weave.
Zoom zoom. Speed weave. Anime girl in fast motion.
Do you all have anything you want to discuss, or you all just want to roll for the investigation total here?
I would like to ask so what's up with Kane stuff?
I also wanted to ask those
questions. I shove my hands in my pockets, my pockets of my jacket, and say, I don't know. He's been showing up in areas I frequent. I don't know why,
weird.
and
be careful with that.
I'm
That's
gonna get
weirder
some answers.
than asking
And you're not as
Tabs
fast
to
as
pass a
me.
message along.
Yeah, it is very weird, but I'm gonna get some answers real fucking soon.
Do you want me to beat him up for you? Maybe if it comes down to that.
If it comes down to that,
Circle back.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that one.
Lord.
I can help.
We'll put a pin in that one too.
I mean, after all, you did. That was very sweet. SP, was that tripping in front of Bulletproof? I'm not sure what was happening there, but it seemed like you were defending my honor.
I don't know anything about him, and I thought he would fall over me. Apparently, he's just. I understand the name now.
But now you're better prepared next time.
Yeah.
On the bright side, he is not as fast as me.
Is there anyone as fast as you?
I'm sure there is. Like, for sure. There's probably.
Out there.
What?
There are so many speedsters out there.
Yeah,
There's someone who is faster than you.
Oh my god, we should organize a race and find out who is the fastest of us.
Speedster Olympics.
Just for science purposes. Anyway. For science. See who's the fastest who's the speediest weeb. Um, but yeah, anyways. So he's like going to places you frequent. See, that's a slippery slope. I mean,
Sketchy.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not how you would want to start. Like,
And being all high and mighty. And, oh, so you knew I was looking for you? Yeah, well, I'm fucking out of costume. What do you expect me to do? I'm not gonna just walk up to you in the
Why would
street and
you-
be like,
Do that. Why would he think he would do that?
I mean, it's worth noting, his name is actually Lucifer's Cain. He
I
does not
know.
have a division.
to be fair,
Yeah, but
I-
like people on his team have to have a division. He has to know people who have a division in between their.
But all the young giants do have public secret identities. Like, it's not
well,
secret
that's
with
them, and this is me.
well, I don't get the idea that he has like great skills in the area of theory of mind. You know, like the basis of empathy. It might not occur to him that that is a boundary violation. He also does. It's hard for me to tell if he's like being serious or facetious sometimes. Like, because I'm like, maybe he's that clueless, socially awkward, or maybe he's not, and he's just a dick, or maybe he's both. I'm not sure.
Could be a little bit of both, considering the silver spoon up his ass.
Call me, yeah.
Weirdo.
Hurricane's just like I feel a disturbance in the force.
I think that's what happens when you have like generational. I don't know.
I feel like it's probably a nasty combination of generational wealth, just generational status, and are they all demon contractors?
No. In fact, Cain kind of broke the mold by being a hero in the first place. The Cains are not usually actually heroes.
Yeah, they're capitalists, which means that
okay.
they are firmly.
I mean,
in
they've
the
never
area
done
of
anything
villain.
explicitly illegal, but they have not entered the hero scene in the way Luciferus has.
They're no Martha. and,
Usually
Thomas
they-
Wayne, are they?
Usually, what they do is run the prison on, well, Cain Island.
Oh, so modernized slavery. Yeah, no, they're villains, and he's a demon wielding hero.
I mean, I don't know if we really have much space to talk about morally questionable powers being used for good, so
That's fair.
That's not an argument I can really realistically make, but
Wait, what have you done?
I have more questionable powers.
Yeah, but like you didn't choose them. It's not like you like were like, hey, I'm gonna get illusions and vibe checks.
I guess that's true. You did explicitly
You were born
have
this
to
way.
train in that magical ability. Oh, okay. You've convinced me.
It was a choice versus like an innate thing that you were born with. I've convinced one person of one thing in my entire life. Yes. Win. No, I was just I'm not judging. I just don't understand. I'm confused. But yes, no, he is kind of a pompous asshole too, though. Like,
Kind of. A little. A
he's
lot.
got like an aura about him. Like, we have money, but like, none of my family's pompous assholes. My mom's a little bit like straight-laced, I guess. I don't know. By the
Go
book,
with Karenish.
Karen, if she knew kung fu and could fly. It's terrifying, actually, and was an Asian mom. Uh-huh. Dad balances her out, though. It's all good.
All right. Well, if each of you could roll plus superior for me.
2d6 plus superior.
Yep.
Seven.
Oh, that's 3.
13.
Ooh.
I am
Okay.
not superior.
I rolled 2 5s, and Glory maxed out that superior for me last session.
Okay. Time continues to march on as you're in Physiques. At this point, it's about late afternoonish. Glory, you are
Yes.
alone with Luciferus for most of the day. And he is a very effective worker. Basically, the second you guys are up there, he starts drawing some incantation circles, and you watch as he basically, like, projects a series of runes around his cane and just starts, like, sweeping the entire area with it. Just, like, looking for
Honestly,
some sort of
she can appreciate the
disturbance.
efficiency.
And he's not really chatty, so unless you start a conversation, no talking really happens
It's better if you don't.
up
Glor-
until a certain
Oh.
point. So, do you have
I will
anything
say
you
that
would start?
no, Glory does not start any specific conversations with him because A, she's working right now, and so is he. And B, what would they even talk about? She does kind of want to ask him about what DB's thing with Elytra is, but that feels like a not in the middle of a potentially hostile area question. Unfortunately, you put a person with a fairly decent professionalism game.
This is true. And it's also worth noting, Kane doesn't even stop for lunch. Like, he just keeps working, keeps going.
Laura's done that one before. Doesn't really blink an eye.
Doesn't remind him either because she also forgot lunch.
Possibly.
What?
Meanwhile, everyone else is downstairs eating
Glory doesn't
pizza.
pack a lunch to heroing. If she's out on patrol and she's hungry, she just like stops at a food truck or something.
HK always stops for snacks.
I love this.
She has to eat so many calories. She's probably
That-
got like power bars in her pockets at all times.
That makes a lot of hey, that's no.
Captain. He's a
The
menace.
gremlin.
Yeah.
I would say Elytra probably has extra like power bars for those occasions when either HK
Oh,
has
it's
burned
not
too
the-
much or she knows someone hasn't eaten in her
Which
like
probably happens a
med
lot on this
kit,
team,
but
I'm not gonna
like
lie.
she's not with anyone who hasn't eaten
No.
yet.
Fana probably ate before he came here.
At a
Why do
certain
I
point,
imagine
though,
him with a protein shake and pre-workout like before?
Gotta stay fit.
I will say though that Glory is, in addition to just keeping an eye on the surroundings, also kind of paying attention to what Kane is doing because it's not her area, but it's probably interesting.
well, he seems to be scanning pretty much everything. He does start with the room in which you guys were attacked. And it appears that he got Tabs' file, because you do see him just sort of like linger around the TV for a while. Just like, just like looking at it very suspiciously. But eventually he moves along.
So
And-
when he's at the TV, Glory will say, "Do you have a working theory?"
I did. Up until the point that I detected nothing.
One
Question
hand rules some things out, on the other, concerning.
above the table, does Kane have the mention about the port, the corrupted port that Elytra put in the Tabs' file?
He does, yeah.
Because if he spends any time on that, Lori would learn
I remember
about
this happened.
that. Yeah.
He does scan that as well. Doesn't specifically mention anything, and nothing seems to go off, per se.
And Glory makes a note of that mentally then.
Eventually,
Nothing at all.
eventually in the late afternoon, he sort of sighs and just sort of like wipes down his cane, and the runes just... He taps it to the ground. Well, this is... something.
What was the working theory?
certain objects, after use over a number of years, can be possessed of a personality. I suspected perhaps that maybe there was some sort of vampiric spirit that was triggered by Elytra's blood, or some sort of past violence that could have been re-triggered.
I mean, we know the TV was Physique's grandmother's before she passed, but I don't know about anything particularly off that happened with that.
The only thing off I'm detecting is the strange energy around those fitness tapes that's still in the thing.
Was that a joke? Or are you actually detecting strange energy?
Everything from the 80s has strange energy, you would not believe it.
I can
Never let
confirm
anyone
as a
tell
thing
you you
from the
don't have a
80s.
sense of humor.
Don't.
Okay, so we're ruling that stuff out.
I mean, I would be inclined to rule it out, but
Let's provisionally put it in the probably not category.
part of me wants to check the other floors as well, just to make absolutely certain.
Well, if you've gone through this floor and haven't found anything particular, this is more your area than mine. Unless you have another idea you'd like to try, I don't see anything wrong with checking the other floors.
He sort of looks up from his ponderings and looks at you. You're a good team leader.
I appreciate you saying so.
It's somewhat reassuring to know that the rest of the misfits have a proverbial good head on their shoulders thanks to you.
I think that if you give them a chance, they're a little, not so tightly buckled up at times, but when it comes down to the wire, they're good for it. They've never let me down in a fight.
I have no doubt of that. I simply... You may not have noticed, but connecting with other people is something of a difficulty of mine.
We all have our weaknesses.
Well, it's not as much of a weakness when I'm in my proverbial element, so to speak.
Yeah, but
Able to negotiate and establish contracts and set rules.
and I think that's really impressive. But sometimes it doesn't always transfer to other areas of life.
So
It's okay to be exceptionally good at one thing and not so good at another.
perhaps for other people.
Not for you?
I do have an inheritance to care for at some point.
Is it contested? Or is it a question of whether or not you'll receive it? Or is it more of a status thing?
It's a question of my father's trust. I've already gone beyond the usual margins by embarking on my little experiment, as he calls it.
Heroing?
Indeed. Apologies. You have no interest in this.
I do. I'd like to understand you. I'll trade you this. How much do you know about Greek gods?
Plenty.
You heard of the last prophecy?
An eyebrow goes up. Of course.
My father's Apollo. My mother is mortal. I am very used to doing things people don't want me to do.
And that would be why Fleur was so interested in you.
She said something about an aura of death. She's not wrong.
She extrapolated a bit more. He sort of pauses for a second. And then you can just sort of see the gears turning in his head of, yeah, they were rumoring about me. I'll rumor about them back.
You've unlocked Glory's gossipy side, I will admit.
Lori gossips?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Shh.
He was rather insistent about wanting to do something for you, considering how, quote, you have such little time left.
Well, it's not usually said that bluntly, but fair enough.
Well, that's Fleur. She has a familiarity with death that can be unusual, even for my tastes.
That's fair. I do wonder about that sometimes. Like, it's death, flowers. Those associations do come hand in hand in some Greek myths.
In many, from what I remember.
Fair enough.
Seems to be a high trend of Apollo's lovers in particular being turned into flowers.
I have not asked him about that, and frankly, I don't want to know.
You're in communication with him.
That's a strong word for it. We've spoken.
I see.
He's not in the picture.
Naturally.
Not sure I'd want him to be quite honest with you. As far as I'm concerned, they're all assholes. Well, mostly assholes.
Mostly.
Hera's done good by me.
His head sort of like twitches. I was under the impression Hera had passed away.
Oh. Well, news to me. I spoke to her like a week or two ago.
The troubles of a dying religion.
That's fair. Troubles of clinging on to power for too long.
He does not say it, but you can see in his eyes just this feeling of, yeah, I know that.
So, with your father and the inheritance, and not a fan of all this from what you've implied. You an only child?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't follow news or anything.
I don't know how much you would find if you did.
Fair.
My father is a very private man.
I know plenty like that.
I am an only child. But
So it's a
because
question
of that,
of
I
the
am expected to fulfill certain requirements before my time as patriarch comes.
questionable requirements, or just not ones you're focused on.
Not ones I would rather focus on.
That's fair.
I assure you, despite my appearance in particular, everything is above board. We do pay our
No,
taxes.
That's fair. It's more. I know something about uncomfortable requirements. But for what it's worth, even though you have the inheritance hanging over you, I think it's noble of you to choose to do this. It's not always the path chosen by people with unconventional powers seen in heroing. My team knows a bit about that.
That is a fair assessment.
Well, at least you're polite about it.
Aside from you, you have a hero with known behavioral issues, someone who appears to be aping the aesthetics of a supervillain.
I'm gonna have to ask which one for known behavioral issues, because that's not specific.
The pink one.
Ah, Heavenly Katana. I like her for what it's worth. She's fun.
And of course, Elytra and her off-putting capabilities.
I don't love the insects either, but she's a good teammate. She's competent. She knows what she's doing. And for what it's worth, she's a good friend. And that's hard to find sometimes in this field. DB seems to have taken a bit of a shine to her. Is that new?
No. And he, like, sits down with, like, cross-legged with the cane over his lap.
She'll sit down too.
You have no idea what he has been like since she first showed up.
Talking your ear off or worse?
Worse.
Oh no.
I understand that JJ has his expertise. I do wish he would stop talking at times, though.
My sympathy goes out to you. That sounds above the table. The young giants all like kind of operate out of the same base.
Yeah, they actually all live and operate out of Giant's Monolith at the Bayfront area.
What she will say is, yeah, being cooped up in the monolith with that seems oof.
When she first showed up for tryouts, he was smitten immediately.
I mean, she's pretty. It's not an unusual reaction.
I suppose.
I can appreciate a good aesthetic.
It's not my personal choice of aesthetic. Too many limbs.
I think that's more the bug's aesthetic than hers, but fair enough. So he was smitten immediately. And
Yes.
he doesn't strike me as the subtle type, so I imagine it was very obvious.
I would think. Not that I think she noticed.
Hard to say. She doesn't really like talking about her past interactions with other teams.
I suppose I in part have something to do with that.
In a way where we're gonna have me defend her honor, or in a way where some sort of miscommunication?
To my understanding, my aversion to her abilities was one of the primary reasons she was not selected for the Giants.
How does that selection process work? Because I would have assumed it was the 5 of you making that decision.
No. That falls to the Ultras. We are,
technically
speaking,
it's the junior.
their team, after all.
Well, as Tab's protege, you would have think that would buy her some points there.
It did.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Though, for what it's worth, I'm more than happy to have her on my team. Well, our team. We don't really recognize a leader. I'm just the one who gets bored fast enough.
He sort of like cocks his head again. Truly.
No, it's not really. Don't write it down. Haven't really talked about it. It literally is just I often get bored fast enough in these situations and want to move on.
Explain something of the other's behavior.
It works for us. Our leader's Savannah, yeah?
Indeed.
We have yet to meet him, or at least I do. So, kind of a mystery on our half of it.
I'm not surprised. He's not much for socializing. I appreciate that about him to some extent.
I was gonna say that is notable coming from you, because you don't really strike me as the sort. But we are talking now, and I'm having fun.
I suppose I am pleased that you are pleased.
Just take the compliment.
All right, Kane has won Glory over.
She likes a gossipy bitch, I will say.
My favorite part is where the demon boy decided to like be like, "Oh, her distasteful abilities. I summon devils from hell, but her with the
With the
insects,
icky bugs. That's where he draws the line.
Yeah,
He's got
bugs
some
are the
joke.
line. Devils and demons, totally fine. Bugs, no, get the spider away from me. Just like daddy long legs. Calm down, Kane.
Seems like a bit of a complicated dynamic at times among the team. Feel free to not answer this, but would you say you're all friends? Or is it more of a working relationship?
He sort of like looks at the stairs.
Hey, if you want to stop now, that's fine with me. I'm not going to push you.
No, I'm more concerned JJ may be listening.
Oh, super hearing.
It depends on the form that he takes.
Given we're in recon mode, that's fair enough. Though, sorry for pressing on that answer, it might be telling. I think I get the picture.
As far as my level of sociability goes, I suppose they could be classified as acquaintances.
I take it you don't classify most people as acquaintances.
Correct.
Okay, I get you.
Most people are annoyances.
That is deeply relatable. Yeah, for what it's worth, I probably don't have much time left around here, but it's good to find the good people where you can.
He sort of like blinks. And it takes him a second to sort of like click in his head that you're referring to him. At least I assume you're referring to him.
He's included.
Go ahead and mark yourself as having influence over Lucifer's Cane.
Ooh! All right.
The behavioral
Glory
issues.
has won him over.
You haven't even begun to see HK's behavioral issues.
I do think
Should I
it's
get that
notable.
down
He
on
did
my
not
notes?
mention Thoth at all, so.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't feel like he's not that dumb. He's not
He
gonna.
respects you.
He's not gonna try and poke around
Sort
for
of.
information.
He respects
be-
you, not your boundaries, but you.
Yeah.
He's smart enough to pick up on how the entire rest of the team reacted when you dropped that he had been quote-unquote stalking you. So he's like,
Oh,
"Hmm,
yeah.
I should not talk
Yeah.
about that."
Also, for what it's
That's
worth,
weird.
Glory
Yeah, we're gonna
dropped,
beat you up.
mentioned defending Elytra's honor and has implied they're all quite close. So
Literally,
Yes.
we are the misfits,
I
but
think
also
he figured that
secretly we
out.
defend everyone's honor.
she will say, "Well, I don't want to burn too much mission time, but
Oh,
if you
yes.
ever want to have a conversation that isn't mostly annoying, hopefully, or talk about gods and the end of the world, let me know."
Well, if I've discussed the reckoning enough times, I suppose the end of the Greeks would be a more stimulating topic.
They're
drink
real
coffee?
mad about it. I do.
Balthazar, phone number. Balthazar writes down a phone number and sort of passes it over to you.
Be in touch. And she will put that away somewhere where it's not going to get blown away on the wind or something.
Alright. Now, if you could please roll me 2d6 plus superior plus, we'll say 2 for Kane's help.
Okay. It's good because my superior is a -1. With the +2 and accounting for the -1, that's a 10.
Okay. Very good. So, true to what he said, Kane does start doing scans of the other floors as well. And at a certain point, you all are very confident that, like, you have covered every square inch of this place and have found very little of anything of suspicion. You do find a few needles stuffed behind one of the lockers, which Physique is very upset about, because it looks like someone has been using roids in his gym.
Juicing.
But you're not finding much. Except, Thoth, it's not frequent, but like 3 or 4 times during the day, you just get that flash of presence again.
Is there any correlation? Can I identify any correlation as to when it happens? Am I near, like, similar equipment every time? Is it at somewhat consistent intervals?
Oh my god, Boone's outside.
Oh,
Get the dog!
a random dog runs to the gym. It's a
Boone
ghost.
has escaped in his con of shame, and there is a lamp out in the yard, and it is running very fast.
Roll me a d6, Thoth.
That's a 5.
Okay. You're not sure, but you think it's approximately when you're sort of in the corner that is below the private workout room.
Okay.
As in the private workout room that you all were in.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over there. And I'm gonna start rapping my knuckles against the wall to see if it's hollow. See if I can gauge what is behind the wall.
Okay. Well, as we continue our investigation there, we are going to go ahead and take a break.
Okay.
We will be back in
Maria,
10.
retrieve her
See you
dog.
all then.
Yeah, I gotta rescue Boone! Rescue Boone! Okay.
Alright, see you in 10.
Back here in 10 minutes.
Okay.
That's half of our mindset.
Alright, we're back.
Fuck it.
Hello.
Oh, we figured out Gloria's issue. Fuck it. Why
Alright.
not?
Playbook, what are you
So-
expecting?
I will say before you start story beat,
Mhm.
Electra knows this team well enough. She passes out snacks to everyone and glares at Gloria and is like, "Eat."
Okay.
Kane even gets one.
Probably pulled a piece of pizza out from who knows where.
What kind?
He's the only one of us that isn't. Well, him actually.
Probably
the
Supreme.
girls all-
It's a normal one.
Okay.
The
Okay.
boys will eat. The girls have girl dinner. A
Yeah.
handful of olives and some cheese. I don't know.
Dino
No,
Boy is
like a
voracious
jar
with
full
any
of
food
olives
offered.
and a
Yeah.
block of cheese for HK, but yeah.
It's
It's
just
worth-
not during missions.
It's worth noting that Dino Boy is like a 6-foot+ monster of a guy
Yeah.
and is like extremely buff and is a shape changer, which similar to super speed requires a lot of calories, so he's voracious with anything offered.
They should
Not
have an eating
How I
contest
was
sometimes,
picturing
just
him
like
in human form.
To be fair, I also was not picturing that in human form.
Oh no, he's burly.
This makes
Okay.
Elytra kicking his ass last session
Yes.
even
I
better.
love
That's
it.
why
Yeah.
HK was trolling him so hard. Like, big dude, man. What you doing?
Now,
That's embarrassing.
in case it wasn't clear, there is a fair dosage of himbo into Dino Boy.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I
Alright.
actually
Oh,
dig
yeah.
it. Himbos
Yeah.
are definitely a vibe.
We love that for him.
All
I
right.
love himbos.
But all of you have finished up your investigations. Though Thoth, Silver Phantom, and Heavenly Katana, you all are probably the first to notice Lucifer's cane coming down with his detector cane and scanning your floor as well.
While he's doing his thing, Glory will tell them. Couldn't find anything on the first floor. We're going to check for anything else in his realm on the other floors just to make sure.
Okay.
All right.
How's the
And-
search going here?
I
Sorry.
didn't find anything.
Is this
Fair.
before or after I have had my brain blast about the corner?
We'll say it's like shortly after. Like you were moving towards the stairs and then Glory was like walking down them.
Nothing super concrete. I was gonna check something else out.
All right. Well, your floor. Do your thing. Do you need backup?
Over. I'm just shrugging. I don't know if there's anything there yet. And I'll go over
Glory will wander over with him out of
the
curiosity. Also,
suspicious
'cause,
corner.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so I know I said I was gonna like rap against the wall. What does the ceiling look like too? Is it just like flat drywall on the ceiling? Is it those weird push-up tiles? Like,
I wouldn't say it's like those weird push-up tiles. It's like the more advanced version of that, if that makes any sense. In that, like, it's not that ultra painful fluorescent light, but it's like actual light bulbs. But it's still like that same sort of paneling.
okay, so like you could move one out of the way to do maintenance up there.
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, in the process of y'all investigating Glory, you would have seen Kane like probably move some of those aside and just be like,
Somehow that's just a funny mental image to me, just sticking his like glowing cane up there.
"Yep."
It's like, get out, and ghost.
cool. Yeah, but I'll start with rapping against the wall and listening.
Sounds like drywall.
Okay.
Probably some sort of reinforced layer in there.
Right. I'm assuming I'll need something to stand on to get reach up to the ceiling.
You
Yeah.
have a hoverboard.
If you want to lift.
Sure.
Hoverboard's probably more dignified.
Cheerleader toss and glory.
No. If you were having Glory give you a lift, she will.
And I'll up these ceiling tiles. I can peek up in there. I'll probably pull out my phone and get the flashlight out.
Roll
Oh,
a
did-
d6 for me.
Lift Thoth so he can see better.
Do you even lift Thoth?
That's a 2.
Oh,
Oh no.
Does he get advantage because I'm lifting him? I don't know. That wouldn't really do anything.
have we like created a cheerleader pyramid?
What am I
Yeah.
imagining?
HK's so down.
Glory notices this and is you might hear her laugh a little bit under her breath.
You're sort of like scanning with your phone around in there, and it's just a lot of wires. You think you see like a connection point up to like an antenna up top, but like there's
This
just a
isn't-
lot up here.
Do they look like they have ghosts? Thoth. Do those wires got ghosts?
I haunted.
Okay, so a lot of wires.
This gym said specifically no ghosts.
It
Are
was on the ads.
any? Can I see like which wired connections are going up to the private room above us?
Oh yeah, easily. There's like one bundle that like goes to the room that the Omniflex was in.
I want to reach out, like my hand, reach out my hand hand touch it and then reach out, trying to like emotionally to try and catch that blip.
You reach out emotionally, no blip. Roll me another d6.
Get electrocuted.
By ghosts.
Wow, that is another 2.
I will go ahead and add that to the previous 2.
Oh, okay.
As you sort of like grab the bundle and reach out with your emotions, you don't pick up anything, but as you're feeling around, you're like, wait a second.
It's a sociopath ghost. Doesn't have feelings.
You turn the bundle over, and one wire appears to be melted.
That one has ghosts.
All right. I will call back over my shoulder. I think I got something.
All right. What'd you find?
A single wire connecting to the workout room above us is melted.
Could
There's
be
a
path
lot
of
of-
transmission.
Sorry, what? What'd you say?
Could have been a path through which something traveled if this is based on electrical signals.
And there's
And there's
several,
a lot of
there's several wires connecting to that room, and it's just this one.
It is just one.
We did see the circuit board with just one circuit fried.
Can we find out from Tabs what that wire did? Tabs knows everything, right?
I don't know if it'd be smart to connect anything electrically to
I
this.
think
We should.
yeah,
Well,
I'd agree with
can
that
we-
for now.
Ooh, should we take a picture of it and then send it to Tabs?
Hey, Kane, can you trace electrical connections?
He calls from the second floor below you. I'm sorry, what?
Electrical
We
connections.
found
Can you-
something, maybe.
He calls down to the first floor to Elytra and DB. I think we found something up here.
I think Elytra will move up immediately, gather what little of a swarm she can.
Stop
Yep.
flirting with me. Get away.
You pick up a few flies from the locker room, because the
Yeah.
locker rooms are on the first floor. DB does not immediately follow you. He
Sulking.
seems to be remaining in the locker room.
He's sulking.
Hmm.
She'll
Is he
pause.
still
and-
transformed?
Yes,
Yeah.
he is
Oh,
still
sorry.
transformed.
What are you seeing, DB?
You hear a "Ah!" from the other room. You would know he cannot talk while he's transformed.
I think
You should learn sign
She-
language, DB.
goes to
Sorry.
investigate more closely with her bugs, whatever he's at in his room, or what he's found,
I don't have.
because she's
Very
not going to
memorable.
leave him when we have specifically said we need a buddy system right now.
That is smart.
And
Okay.
yeah.
We will get to you all in a moment then. As Kane and the rest of you head up to the third floor. Kane says, up in there, right? And then he unfolds the schematics. What's the number on the wire?
I'll try and
You
find.
could just make up something.
2854B.
2854B. Like flips a few pages. That's the satellite transmission.
Ooh.
Not good.
Maybe it's not just electrical signals.
That's supposed to be a feed for the screens down on the first floor. DB!
I assume we hear no response.
Dino Boy! For God's sakes. He, like, stands up. Elytra,
Yeah.
you find Dino Boy with the entirety of his bird-like head and neck buried in a pile of what appear to be used towels.
No.
Is going on? I
Uh,
assume there's something here, but I'm not touching it, so I'm sending bugs in to try and figure out what's going on.
Well, as you're about to do that, he sort of shifts and almost like a crane lifting something out of like one of those machines, he produces a small black box.
Suspicious.
And he sort of, and then like drops it on the bench.
Elytra will pick it up with her non-injured hand because she still is not sure what's going on. Does this look like a certain mainframe I interacted with years ago?
No,
tech-wise. Okay.
You can see various ports on this, and in fact, as you closer inspect it, you realize the reason it's all black is because it's been spray painted over. It appears that this housing was originally a Wi-Fi router, but you can just tell glancing at it, it's been modified heavily.
Is it on right now?
Hard to say. There's no indicator light left on it.
I think Elytra will not let it touch any of her other tech and exit the room and yell up, we got something down here too.
And you sort of glance over at Dino Boy, still in Troodon form. And he's just sitting there, big-eyed, looking at you, tail wagging ever so slightly.
I really want to say good boy.
You got a dinosaur golden for
the test intrusive thought.
It's amazing.
She'll give him a pat on the head.
Oh.
He doesn't really have the lips to smile in this form, but you get the impression of being pleased.
Oh my gosh. HK's gonna zip down there because she's
fast.
Yeah, you just about bowl over Luciferus, who's like working his way down.
Gotta learn to stay light on his toes.
Yeah. That's what he means about behavioral problems.
He uses a cane.
Especially if he wants to hang out with us. We're all
I
over
thought
the
that
place.
was just because he thought he was a PIMP.
What?
He got a cane.
Oh. I thought you said a PI on P, and I was like,
no, a
PIMP.
Yeah.
I don't know what you heard. Sorry, I've been listening to loud music lately.
Well, no one's actually checked to see if he needs that cane or not.
I just
feel like that
assumed
would be
he was being a
mean.
pompous jackass.
Yeah.
But okay.
We did also run the fuck out of Undertown with him. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, no problems running then.
Did he get injured in Undertow? No.
Did you check?
You shouldn't
No.
fuck with the vampires, man. They're not
No,
hot.
it's not.
Should we stay up here? Should we go downstairs?
Well, if we don't have anything else to glean from this, it might be better to regroup.
No.
Pull out of my head and my arm out of the ceiling. And I'll leave the tile moved to the side just so we have a point of reference.
Entry.
Everyone except Thoth immediately notices that Thoth is very dusty from the point that he entered the upper area.
Which would seem to
Don't have anything
indicate
to help with that.
I must start dusting him off.
Which would seem to indicate that it was not disturbed recently.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
something else jumped or arced. However, Elytra will wait till a fair portion of the group is down before addressing the mysterious box and say, DB found this buried in a pile of used towels, which leaves me to believe that it was designed so people would not it would just immediately get disposed of or something along those lines. This is clearly modified as a router, but
If it's meant to be disposed of, that implies some probably extreme
Or hidden.
recency. Any gym worth their salt is not going to be leaving dirty towels on the floor.
No. I
Not for
mean,
long
he
anyways.
probably this day later. So it happened while we were
Granted, if it happened well,
within 24 hours.
or
If it was before the thing
but
upstairs,
if it
then
happened while stuff was going down, you can't really
Sure.
walk out with a large piece of tech like this
Mhm.
and not
Well,
get
everybody's
flagged.
heightened.
maybe they didn't need to. It was carrying something.
Or did they plan on coming back today?
Or that.
Well, we should take it then.
We certainly shouldn't leave it here.
Or we could use it as a trap.
I'd like to know more about it first before we try that gamble.
Yeah.
That's fair because, like,
Do we have
Huh.
like a Faraday cage or something we can stick it in just in case so it doesn't infect anything else? If it
Ugh.
even infects shit.
I think that Glory's the one that can contain the stuff with the things.
I can't promise that works for the purposes of a Faraday cage.
Maybe one of us should go. Do you want me to go
Could try
outside
it, but-
and talk to
Hey, that's not
Tabs
for
and
you.
see what we should do? Maybe Tabs has an idea.
Look, Bonnie, there's a cat.
I mean,
Double tabby.
I could poke at it
Buddy.
Yeah.
and determine if there's actually anything in there, if it's dead.
I mean,
Did
I'll
Kane
probably
wave his cane over it and see if it had ghosts?
that
Oh,
might be
yeah.
the first up. See if there's any magical
Check for-
interference.
Demons and
Is
stuff.
there tech demons in there?
Easily done. Luciferus taps his
Where
hand
are
and
we
they're
right now?
Thanks,
Oh,
on the
Kane.
right.
first floor.
First one.
You're a peach.
The cane, the runes reappear on his cane. He sort of like, almost like one of those metal detector rods, just sort of like waves it over, waves it under each side. No, perfectly mundane piece of equipment.
Well, that's good news, I guess. It's not haunted.
Right,
If you've
Electra's
got-
up to examine it, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I'll probably at least look into, like, see if there are. I mean, Elytra will do a basic examination of it beyond. I mean, she knows it's modified. It's clearly been painted
Mhm.
as well to hide any distinguishing features. I'll probably probe it a little bit with some flies to see if there's anything surging through it right now, like electricity wise.
The visual of you just like putting your hand on this thing and then a swarm of flies just like infesting it.
Gives Kane like
Oh, yeah.
retching.
Kane's backing up.
Kane just like takes a couple steps back, like.
Yeah.
In the background, you see Truodon Dino Boy just sort of.
Protein.
Eat the supplies.
See, that's why he really likes Elytra. It's because
Because
it's
she
steady
can
food
attract
supply.
prey for him.
Snack
Elytra, go ahead and roll me Unleash Your Powers.
That's my freak out right now.
Not great.
No. That was a 3.
Oh no!
I am not
Get the
doing
mark
great.
potential.
Yes.
Sorry.
There's one thing that happens this session. It's Elytra gets
Potential.
potential.
Well, you sort of have the flies root around in there. Best you can tell, it's on. There's a power source. There's a circuit board. There's a low frequency emitter, which implies possibly a short range, but that sort of depends on what level of reception
Is
whoever might be
on the
listening
other
for this
side.
thing. So, if it is just like a basement hacker or something, probably close. If it's someone more advanced, they could be halfway around the world.
If it's blackout, we have no way of pinpointing. Basically.
Yeah.
I mean, she'll relay that it seems like a low frequency emitter. However, depending on our level of experience that we're dealing with, they could have had to be nearby, or imagination's the limit, basically.
Technology. It's at this point you guys hear steps behind you, and Physique is coming down. So my work's done for the day. Any luck?
Point at the box.
You got
How's that?
problems.
We found it stashed in a pile of towels.
Potentially something that could be used to hack your system.
No, my system wasn't hacked. My tech guy would have told me.
Who's your tech guy?
Yeah. Do you trust your tech guy though?
Yeah. I mean, hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm reading off the right name here.
Yeah, you know my tech guy, the guy, his name. What's his name? My
I
tech
trust
guy.
that bro with my life.
No, hang on.
Once I remember his name, you're gonna feel
Yeah.
real dumb.
Name's For some reason, my brain went, his name's Charlie Brown, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Do not trust him. Immediate distrust.
His name's Omar. He was trained by Shackle Programming Services over in Future Valley. He's supposed to be one of the best.
What? Did you get a background check?
Yeah. Not an idiot.
That's good.
Does this Omar have a last name?
Wellerton, I think.
How often does your tech guy come by?
Once a month, do the system update.
Was he
Top
here
the line
recently?
right here.
Was he here recently?
No, he was here earlier in the month.
Okay.
How often is the locker room cleared out, cleaned?
Night before lockup.
Okay.
You said you found this under a stack of towels?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have surveillance footage?
In the locker room?
Well, yes,
No, just to see like who goes in and out of the locker room,
of course.
so that we can narrow
Course.
it down.
Well, possibly, but it hasn't been working since the power's been cut.
That is a problem.
Can we access the previous footage? Like before the power was cut?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. And he, like, reaches into his bag and he pulls out, like, a few SD cards.
Maybe we do that
I
outside.
copied
of
everything
here.
over.
Yeah.
Smart.
I came. Did I, when I changed into my spider silk costume yesterday, did I come into this locker room?
Roll me a d6.
Because Elijah showed me to a locker room.
This is true.
3.
Yes, you were in this locker room.
Who do I remember being in here? Now that I'm in here again, it kind of looks familiar.
I mean, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
There were, and not to mention the fact that a lot of them were possibly in costume or some sort of disguise, because, you know, it's Elysium Park.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Anything that stuck out to me?
Not particularly.
Hmm.
Aside from, like, one asshole who was rat whipping his buddy with a towel.
That doesn't seem
Anyone
sus.
in that particular corner or area where we found the towels?
Not that SP would remember.
Okay, so When we looked at the sus corner upstairs that was below the Omniflex workout room,
Mhm.
where is this locker room in relation to that?
Approximately below it. It's not like perfectly lined up, but like looking at the schematics, it's like kind of like off to the side of the private workout room, sort of.
Okay. Glory looks up. Same general area, height-wise, as the, well, up to down as the private workout room, but not quite a match. But if you had something traveling up the wire and then to the circuit board, or the other way around.
There'd be no way that I could access the grid in here from the locker room. The only thing in there are power plugs. I don't have anything that transfers information.
Elytra, wasn't it a plug that you accidentally bled on? Dude, come up.
Did you create
I
a virus
think-
with your blood?
I think Elytra starts a little bit at that question because Elytra didn't necessarily say that.
Oh, sorry. If I didn't know that, we can nix that.
Well, no, but you would have seen that when
Because you
Kane
were
was...
just surveying the entire friggin' like
Mhm.
And
area.
Kane paid extra attention to an area that you had not seen
Okay.
previously.
I like to think Glory would have actually read the report before showing up at this mission, and it does
Yeah.
seem like Kane got that information from the report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I do think it's in character for Glory to ask that, though.
yeah.
She doesn't know you're trying to hide it.
Yeah. Elytra will take a breath and say, I did bleed on one of the ports. One that ended up being very corrupted, yes.
How do the ports in this room look?
In like the first floor main gym area or in the locker room?
Sorry, I thought you said that there were ones in the locker room. I may have gotten confused with what you meant.
Well, there's power ports, but just to quickly give a reminder here, what Elytra bled on was like a USB-C port. It was like where you would insert like a
Okay.
flash drive.
Okay, I think I misunderstood what you were talking about then.
Yeah, that's alright.
But didn't one of the plugs in the private workout room get fucked up too?
Don't remember that.
The plug. I thought it was just the port that Elytra bled on, as far
Yeah.
as I remember, and then the circuits that we had written down. But let me see if I can see it in my notes. And then it jumped to a couple other places, but yeah, I just have the corroded access point for the USB
Yeah.
specifically written down.
I mean, unless we think this thing is something that can travel along power lines.
Maybe.
Luciferus sort of like pinches his brow. Very
That's-
difficult to say currently.
I mean, we saw that zapped up circuit.
Melted wire.
Yeah, the melted wire, the circuit on the board.
Well, what,
Is there a receiver in your...
unless it's working on wireless data transfer versus electricity, and we're approaching this problem wrong. After all, we saw it on our phones. Is the Omna mover connected in some way to Wi-Fi? Or some kind of...
No. I mean,
Does it
I
have
kind
a
of wanted
receptor?
it to be just so people could like stream their workout music, but ended up not being able to work out.
So there's no component there.
Shouldn't be. DB untransforms at this point and sort of like snaps a finger. Well, we know it can't be wireless, right? Because like otherwise we'd all be screwed.
Never let this man near a horror movie.
No, our phones.
Yeah.
If it really was, like, traveling via wireless signal...
Unless
It
it
could've-
was targeted.
It would have affected tabs the second we sent the message to shut off the power grid.
Yeah, for
Mhm.
sure.
Also fair.
Luciferus
That's good.
Luciferus's brow sort of furrows. Shut off the power grid.
You think we trapped it here because
Oh
it
my
can't
God.
escape through the power grid?
No. What if this was a ploy to get us to shut off the power grid so that they could steal something somewhere else?
What else is shut down in
Maybe.
Elysium?
Physique sort of like thinks for a second. Well, currently just my place, but when that grid was shut down,
It's the whole park.
it wasn't the whole
whole
park, but it
block.
was a solid quarter of it.
What's nearby?
The Gold's houses.
Well,
There's short capes nearby, but
The golds. Oh, shit.
But have they reported anything?
that I know of. I mean,
It's big
But
enough.
they might not
though.
be-
stupid enough
are
to steal
you
something
gonna-
from Elysium Park, right?
But if
I
it's
need
big
someone
enough
was stupid
and
enough to do this.
to connected to them, are they going to want to admit that they had it stolen to begin with? But the other thing is, you mentioned you found something fried upstairs that we didn't know about previously.
Melted wires.
Melted
What was the
wire.
wire?
But
One
Thoth,
Wires.
Wires to what?
Satellite.
yeah, Thoth was all dusty when he came down, so nobody's been up there touching stuff.
My question is, was it trying to get to the satellite?
Possibly.
I just want.
Can I recall where the melted wire ended?
wonder if this is a false trail.
I don't think you found it. I think you sort of found the middle bit, and you didn't really like find either end of where it started or where it ended necessarily.
Question.
Mhm.
The PR people who were with the Exceptionals, their camera was wireless?
No. It was plugged in.
The Exceptionals camera crew. Their camera was plugged in, their camera was fried.
Yeah.
Something might have left
SD
in it.
wasn't.
What? Sorry, I missed that.
The SD wasn't, though.
Yeah, but it wiped all their data.
We don't know that.
We haven't been able to requisition their data. We don't know what their data point has on it.
What I'm saying is, if we assume that it might have been something that could have gotten out via trying to get to the satellite dish, couldn't have gotten out by hitching a ride on the camera.
Yes.
I'm gonna grab Kane's arm and drag him to this. Come with me.
Oh.
Okay.
He sort of like stumbles a little bit, like, oh dear.
Manhandling round 1.
Hell yeah. You handle that, man.
As the
Kill
two of you
shit
sort
out of that man.
As the two of you sort of leave, Physique says, I don't know how I would have missed this on a stack of towels. I mean, it's kind of a weird brag, but I feel like I'm pretty good at folding them. And DB says, oh no, it was a pile of used ones. Physique just sort of looks at him. Huh? Yeah, used towels. I cleaned everything before I left.
So that was not
Do
here.
you have
Ghosts.
any
Does somebody
thing
live
we
here?
can use as like an evidence bag? Because
No,
there might
maybe
be
somebody put
DNA
it-
trace on these towels if someone left something.
What if this is another false trail? Like, they put it here to, like, explain it away.
I mean, at this point, we can't really discount anything that could potentially be evidence as false as of this point, or because we don't
necessarily.
have a lead.
I don't necessarily have anything clean, but here. He goes behind the main counter and he pulls out like a set of clear plastic bags. We
That
use
works.
these for the gift shop.
works in a pinch. We can, I think, definitely see if we can run any kind of trace on these.
Meanwhile, Thoth.
Yeah.
Kane is allowing you to pull him along for the moment, but he is looking at you like, what is going on?
I'm gonna take him over to where I moved the ceiling tile out of the way. Say, you think you'd be able to use your magic to trace along this wire and figure out where the endpoints are?
Sure. Simple following spell. Shouldn't be too difficult. He starts, like, scratching some red runes into the mat on the floor. Not leaving, like, any permanent damage. Just sort of like a chalky substance behind. And as he's doing so, he sort of, like, glances up at you briefly. Goes back to what he's doing. Glances at you briefly. Goes back to what he's doing. I have the impression I misstepped.
I think you'd be correct.
Do apologize. I had no intention of causing you discomfort.
Do you understand why I'm uncomfortable?
Not entirely.
She's honest.
Oh. You were using magic to track me down, while not inherently bad. I'm not angry about that fact specifically. Your process does not differentiate where I go when I'm in or out of costume.
And that is a concern of yours.
Unlike you and the rest of the giants, my secret identity is not public knowledge. So yes, it is a concern.
Why?
Because I don't know why I need to justify the desire to have some privacy in my life.
You can have privacy while being public.
Do villains respect the sense of privacy if they want to hurt you where you're most vulnerable by going after your loved ones?
I see your point. Can y'all hear the scratching noises I'm doing?
Yes.
My apologies, then. Though I suppose in my meager defense I would say it's not exactly easy to get in touch with someone who does not portray themselves in the public eye.
As may not have been obvious, my teammates had pointed out there were other means of getting in contact with me. Also, what was so urgent that you did to go to such lengths to find me?
Ironically, I wanted to apologize for my behavior in Undertown.
I just, like,
3 in a row.
freeze.
am.
Oh. Okay.
You caught me at a difficult time, and I know I left a bad first impression, so I was hoping to make a better second one.
I think at that with both
By
laughs.
stalking you.
And your second impression was magically stalking me.
I'm sorry, I'm very confused.
About.
I was under the impression you were upset, and now you're finding this humorous?
It's a little ironic that you were trying to track me down, make a better second impression, but your second impression ended up being worse than your first impression because of the means you were using.
I see. Ha ha.
But honestly, I guess a better outcome to this conversation than I was expecting. It was certainly not the worst case scenario. Was also not a scenario I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
To be frank, the efforts to track me down left me feeling a little threatened, so I was expecting malicious intent, whatever that might have been.
Of course.
Is he like kneeling down, scratching out?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think I'll squat down next to him, watch what he's. Apologies accepted. I understand Undertown was tense. Rough. Honestly, I didn't really take anything personally. So, a fair reaction to being, trapped down with a bunch of vampires staring down your protective shield for 3 days.
Again, it was only a few hours for us, but all the same.
Well,
I'm
I
not
think
used to being unprepared.
even if it only felt like a few hours, I think your body clock knew.
Maybe. Well, I thank you for your graciousness. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, what the hell are they watching?
That's the mood.
Yep.
Why is it so loud?
I'll just. No problem. And you don't need to relax a little. You'd be so formal.
Maybe he likes being formal.
For him to tell me.
Apologies, it's easier for me to keep formality, given some expectations. Less
Sorry.
risk of disrespecting what's expected of me.
I guess I can't argue with that, but I think it's nice having people you can safely relax around. But Maybe I'm not one.
May is certainly keen on reminding me. You would know that May is Golden Gal's real name.
Okay.
Of course, she is her own little social butterfly.
We've got a few of those too.
I've noticed. Right. And as he stands, you sort of catch as he sort of like subtly rubs one leg. Sort of like easing blood flow a little bit. That should do it.
I don't. And I kind of look at his leg and don't step right away, and I'll go up at him and say, "Recent injury or long stand?"
Birth defect. Under most conditions, my knee is well, and it's well enough to function, but it does require relief.
Not in stand.
Now then, he takes his cane, taps it twice in the middle of the runes, and they sort of like do a double helix around his cane. Let's see where this path leads. He sort of like points it up to the little gap that you left, and he watches the runes just sort of like spiral off the cane.
Get let out a little magic.
Indeed. And you can actually see as like this faint glow of red comes through the roof and starts tracing out this wire.
Go in both directions or choose one?
It does go in both. You watch as the end that would be connected to the room winds down a path towards the like desk in the area, which is where Physique got the TV and the workout tape yesterday. And you see as there's a weird little like hard right turn in it. And Luciferus sort of squints his eyes. That's odd. I don't believe wires usually move at right angles.
Have a look.
Let's. And he sort of like traces a circle on the wall. And it turns like semi-transparent. And you can see that there is a point where a power wire and the satellite link touch. That point is corroded. And it leads down to where the TV was plugged in. Wait.
Does the light go all the way to the satellite?
It does indeed go up there, at least judging by the red, like, string that's sort of forming through the air.
Yeah.
But then Lucifer says, wait, what? And you watch, and eventually everyone on the first floor watches, as this red web flows throughout Physiques.
Well, fuck.
That's quite the path.
Well, shit.
All of you have no idea what's going on, by the way.
We're seeing
Yeah.
like red.
Just like red strands like tracing on the walls.
Is it like Kane's shade of red or not?
It's Kane's shade of red.
Gloria's gonna
is
shout out.
going on?
Kane's that you, or we need to be worried?
That is me.
We still might need to be
Though-
worried.
Yes.
Did you put demons in the ghost wires?
What?
There's no ghosts. There might be
I'm-
demons.
Now there's
I'm not
demons in the wire,
convinced.
which is a problem.
Something traced a complex path through this space.
Do we know it's definitely one thing? Could it have multiple? But
The spell's designed to track one target.
Should regroup. Unless we have something going down in the locker room down here. Might be better to meet them up there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing with this thing?
That also becomes an evidence bag thing.
Maybe a different evidence bag.
Yeah, not in the same evidence bag as the top. Different evidence bag. But
And at this point, Kane is like walking around the third floor, and at other points where the path just sort of seems to like take a sharp deviation, he keeps on doing that X-ray trick, and it's a similar situation of like where wires touch. This thing seems to have jumped.
I'll follow him around and
Yeah, and when you
Really
guys get up
see.
there, you can see as Kane is just like opening like little X-ray viewing window after X-ray viewing window to look into the walls and see where this thing has just been bouncing all over the system inside Physiques.
do each of these have the corrosion point?
It does.
Does it tell you directionality?
Unfortunately, no. It's just designed to reveal the path.
Damn. Path's all over.
Should we map it out?
I'm not sure we have time for that.
where the corrosion points and the jumps are. When it goes from, because it's one wire like touching the other side by side, right? It's not a wire connecting to another wire. Am I
Correct.
understanding that correctly? Okay.
And they aren't like in direct contact like some sort of electrical fuse. It's like there was like a barrier between them. It's just that barrier's been burned through.
Okay. Where those points happen, the wire that it went from, does the red path continue along that wire, or does it stop there and there are sections of wires that don't have the
There
red
are sections of wires that are intact. Sections that appear to have not been traveled through. Physique is just like, shit, I'm glad we didn't turn the power back on. This place would have gone up in flames.
Good, yeah.
Oh, God, I'm gonna need to hire so many electricians to fix this.
Before you do, let's make sure we eliminate the initial root cause so it doesn't reoccur.
Agreed. Last thing I need is my gym burning down. Or, I don't know, floating off into the Phantom Zone or whatever.
I know we asked this initially, but in light of the sheer amount of your gym that has been overtaken by this, can you think of anyone who might have a motivation to put you this potentially far out of business?
I mean, the whole reason I started my gym is because most of my villains got locked up. Though, there were those prison breaks recently.
Were
Maybe
any
we
of
should
your-
check. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will check.
Did any of the villains lock up with tech?
Couple of them. There was this one guy, Power Core. He liked to build these mech suits sort of deals. I got pretty good at figuring out where their, well, power cores were and yanking them out. Of course, his style was more giant stompy robot.
Style could have changed while locked up, though.
Did you have any villains that emulated Blackout or worked
Blackout?
with him in any way, shape, or form?
Blackout was before... I guess he wasn't entirely before my time, but I don't think any of my villains had a connection to him. I'll check that too.
Do you have a roster of everyone Jim.
All the members, but, well, this is free to anyone who is in our community, so I don't keep a record that distinct. Otherwise, it'd just be the town's hero record.
What's the process of, like, guests? You have to
Check your ID.
sign in?
It's like what you all did. Check your ID.
You have a
Make
list.
sure everything's verified in the system.
You have a list of the guests for day to day.
Yes. But I didn't download that before the power got cut. I could see what I can pull out. Can y'all hear that too?
Yeah.
Okay.
The demons in the computers.
We will deal with that in a moment.
I mean, it's not a concern for us,
Yeah.
but it
Yeah.
hasn't reached the entire hive mind yet, so. Gross. Just
Sorry.
shut up.
So loud. Why is it so loud? Alright, what was I saying? I mean, it's on a, like, computer, though. I could take it out of here and... No, that's probably a bad idea,
I don't
isn't it?
think doing stuff from here gonna have the positive result we want it to.
We've lucked out that the tech we've removed so far hasn't been contaminated.
But it wasn't wired. The building.
Can your tech guy access it wirelessly?
Or should I?
Maybe? I don't remember if I did a server
Oh.
backup package or not.
If it's saved to the cloud.
I'll reach out to him. It's after hours now, and yeah, he sort of like checks his watch. I need to go home and start working on dinner.
You said your tech guy works for Shackle Programming or is from there?
Yeah, Shackle Programming. That's where he was trained. It's according to his resume.
Elytra, you know anything about them?
I will roll been reading files because I'm living in, or well, I'm not living there, but I do spend a fair amount of time in
Future Valley.
Future Valley. There's a chance I've run into him. So that's a 10.
Okay. Well then, tell
I
me
would
what you know.
say- I mean, I would think Elytra speaks very highly of Shackle, I would say. I think she's run into a couple of students on the campus and they seem pretty knowledgeable from what from what her interactions, and Tab speaks highly of them, and they are a fairly reputable source of churning out consistent and well-trained individuals.
Mhm. I would note here that Shackle is something akin to like a business slash a like, what's the term I'm looking for? Like, it's like a school where they train you to do like a certain job.
Trade skill?
Your trade
Yeah,
school?
it's sort of,
Okay,
they sort of
school.
provide like trade learning for programming. And to be fair, they are excellent programmers. They're responsible for a lot of the like assistive AIs that are used in San Sebastian. Though they have had the occasional super oopsie, as it were.
Super.
Every once
Those
in
are
a
the
while.
only kind of
Technical term?
oopsies we have.
Every once in a while, an AI turns out to be a bit more powerful and mega maniacal as it was programmed to be, and it sort of does its own thing. But to be fair, that goes for most of Future Valley. Every once in a while, experiments just sort of get up and walk away.
At least we've got the hell bugs still.
In other words,
Ah.
would you call it a megalo AI-niac?
As long as they
That
don't
was a
start
rough
creating
one.
Machiavellian AI, it's fine. Probably, maybe. I don't know.
You can ask one follow-up question if you would like to, though, Elytra.
Physique's talking very highly of this Omar Wellington, or I wrote down his last name. I'm just not remembering it.
It's
Wellerton.
Well, yeah.
Has that name come up in any of Elytra's files?
I would say yeah. Not for bad reasons. You might have actually run into him at some point, because he's a relatively recent graduate. He's a proficient programmer. From what you understand, he makes his living providing, system security and improvements to businesses. Which is a pretty average job for someone from Future Valley. He's not exceptionally remarkable. Aside from the fact that, in comparison to a modern-day programmer, he's a genius. But most programmers in San Sebastián are geniuses. Bars
So
are
no-
kinda high.
No, like experimental AI or anything like that.
No, nothing
I
on his
know.
record.
Okay. I'm still putting his name to tabs just to make sure. See if she can get any more public stuff.
But as Physique sort of checks his watch, you also see Luciferus check his. And he's just sort of like, it's getting dark. Without any power, we're not going to be able to find anything here. You all can retire for the evening. I'll finish my sweep and catch up with you.
Is Lucifer saying that?
Sorry, say again?
Is Lucifer saying that?
Yeah.
It's all the same to you. It's probably better we wait till you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that we should just leave you here with potential demon wires.
They're not demons. I would have picked that up right away.
Yeah, I bet.
But
something
moved through here.
We started this mission as a group and we agreed on the buddy system. I don't think this point in this venture is the time to decide to
Yeah, we're
abandon it.
buddies.
Thematically, it's also the point at which things go wrong.
Yeah.
At least in my
Yeah.
experience.
Usually.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
DB nods his head and is like, yeah, remember all those horror movies? Whenever they split up, bad shit happens.
Yeah.
Luciferus is just like,
Glory, just do a what?
You can't get rid of us that easy, Lucy.
okay.
She's just got a big smile plastered up.
Oh my god.
Very
You
well
have to
then.
torture this man.
Especially now that I know
Yes.
your nickname.
All
Sort of
right,
just
let's keep it together.
He sort of just glances at Glory, just with a look of, please control them.
Impossible.
Okay, it's getting late. It's better if we wrap this up sooner rather than later. Let's stay on task.
Yes. And Physique is like, well, Miss is gonna be pissed at me if I'm any more late, so
We can lock up.
We'll lock up.
thank you. He gives a little salute. Dips out
Nice
the door.
to see you, Physique.
Who's Glory standing next to right now?
Silver Phantom, we'll see.
All right, she kind of leans over and she says, "This is also the point where things usually go wrong."
The one person in charge leaves.
Yep. Stay safe.
I'd point out what's the worst that could happen, but that's also
Don't say
when
that.
something
Goes wrong.
There's an angry
Dude.
fly buzzing in front of your face at that point.
All right. We will get into whatever nighttime interactions might happen next session. But for now, we'll leave with this. Luciferus is inclined to be thorough. Especially after finding the wire path, he is convinced there must be something he can pick up.
Arguably, it's also an extra reason to stay here, because if he's distracted by this, like, he's competent, but...
We saw what happened in Undertown.
HK's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
gonna just be like singing and dancing in the background. Like, there's no music.
When it gets to a certain point, Glory will be like, volume.
What?
Glory will ask her to minimize the volume at a certain point if it starts to get kind of...
Oh,
She's a
no.
little on edge, you'll see, as it gets later.
Indeed, it does get much later. Luciferus is at this for a number of hours still.
Can I?
What the shit?
You've got demons in the wires in your house, bro.
Try and get an emotional beat on.
I was gonna say the same thing about Glory.
Glory, you can roll to pierce the mask if you want.
Yeah, I mean, she was just gonna
Go
ask
for it.
her.
You'll probably get a more
Are
honest answer if
you
pierce the mask.
okay? Like, you seem a little anxious. And then, yeah, it will pierce the mask, but she is just gonna ask her straight out and not try to be like, I'm gonna analyze you.
Mhm.
And as you're rolling that, Thoth, you're getting, like... Okay, so first of all, when you reach out to Luciferus, you kind of realize his emotional makeup is a little weird.
I don't know
I
shit.
mean, we kind of established that already, so.
Yeah, potential though.
I rolled a 6. So
It-
I don't know shit. I'm just like, well, maybe she just doesn't like being here while
Well, in this
demon
instance,
boys.
Glory
There are
could
people
spend
who
a
could help you with
team
that.
to bump it up because you are asking outright if Glory
I-
is forthright.
I
One sec,
mean,
let
if
me
the,
read
we
the
are
effects of the
okay with
move.
using team,
Yeah,
or
as
you
you're
could
reading
just
that.
answer if you feel like it.
Thoth,
It's based on whether or not I feel like spinning the team,
It's-
so she will tell you one way or the other.
the vibe you're getting is frustration. Like, when Luciferus found this trail, it's like, oh shit, something's actually going on. Like, this is something that's, like, possibly, like, something that is within my ability to conquer. And he's just being so frustrated by the fact that he is finding nothing.
I will spend the team so that you can pick what you're asking.
Okay.
Down to 1.
I will act on that information, but we can solve the Glory HK stuff.
Okay. So let's see. Pierce the mask. Pierce the mask. Okay,
You
so
get one.
I'm gonna ask, what do you want me to do? Besides shut up. Or stop annoying Kane.
Glory will... Is it possible for me to try to roll a team move into this? Since we don't use those ever.
This is true. Which team move are you thinking of?
Sharing a vulnerability or weakness to somebody.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
What she'll say is, I don't like this. Something about this feels very, very wrong. The person who owns the gym just left. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and both the people who I would have hoped would have had the answers mostly ended up with more questions than answers. So, no, I'm on edge. And
You want to leave?
yes, but I won't leave Kane here alone.
Would you like me to annoy him until he wants to leave too?
I don't think that's going to work.
I
Also, what I
think
would
you underestimate my ability to annoy Kane.
I
Oh no.
very strongly believe in your ability to annoy Kane. It's more, I'd rather have him clear this off the list and be sure, because something tells me that if you start annoying him and he gets retaliatory and we get into a fight and we get distracted, that's when bad things happen.
Okay.
I appreciate your energy in almost all circumstances. Right now, though, I could use a little more focus, if only for my nerves.
Okay. What would you like me to focus on?
Keep an eye on the perimeter, anything unusual, anything that looks wrong. Anyone getting possessed, I guess. It's probably not ghosts, but who knows? You, despite what, like above the table, did Kane call her unperceptive earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, she said.
She's content to let him think she's a bimbo.
She's gonna say is,
More than content.
I know I don't need to tell you this, but despite what Kane said, you do know what you're doing.
I know.
I trust you have my back in the fight.
Absolutely. I'm not worried about what Kane thinks.
I know.
I don't really concern myself too much with judgmental people.
It is a very fine quality that you have.
What fun is life when you're just like concerned with everyone else's perceptions of you and you're not living it, you know? If that makes sense.
To a degree.
I think the exceptionals really got me. Like the idea of tracking my Instagram followers absolutely just like makes me retch a little bit on the inside.
They're a little obsessed with image.
Yeah. It was stifling to say the least. And you know, I've always kind of just like moved or dance to the beat of my own drum. So I mean, like, I feel like I wasn't a good fit. And yeah, I mean, like, ultimately, at least one of them wants me back.
No. I don't know, we could feed him to a shark or something.
That
Probably
might
won't
work.
but it'd be funny.
A whale could swallow him. I'm like not sure if a shark could chomp on him. Like I don't.
So, but if a whale swallows him, then he has to go through the whole digestive tract, which seems traumatizing.
To
So
the
I'm
whale,
for it.
yeah.
I'd rather not hurt the whale, though. That's a fair point.
Yeah, the whale doesn't deserve that.
But to follow up on the second part of the question is,
But I like the way you think.
so the question is, ask them if they honestly think there's hope for you. Is it all right if I don't do that verbatim? Because that's such a weird phrasing to me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what you say would be, I don't know. You seem like you're always on top of it. Do you think I'm being too cautious here?
No. There's definitely something going on. I'm just not sure that Kane's the one that can figure it out.
I don't. Yeah. At this point, I'm not sure he's got an answer. But I won't leave a teammate, even a temporary one, alone.
Well, I actually
In a situation like this.
completely agree with you on that. My feelings, or like, I don't like hate Kane or anything. It's just he's a little bit pompous.
Your personalities don't mesh.
No,
It's fine.
Yeah,
They don't
that's
have to.
fine. Yeah, no. And that's fine. We don't have to be friends to be effective teammates. You know.
That is
I don't believe
ultimately
that
the answer in much of heroing.
Right? You don't have to like everybody, but you do have to work effectively with them.
Unless
Yeah.
they're bulletproof, then you just feed them to a whale.
Yeah.
I kind of
feed 'em
feel
to-
like DB
well,
is like at the water fountain behind you guys, and he just sort of mutters, "Y'all really don't like this bulletproof guy."
You don't know
I feel
him,
like
do you?
Elytra
You've
is right
clearly
next
never
to
met
him,
him.
and it's
You'll
like,
get it.
let them have their bonding time. You know what would be really effective? Figuring out why you have beef with my other teammate. Go talk with him and find your answers.
The Battle of the Himbos has commenced.
Wait, is it not a public knowledge what happened to DB's parents?
Oh yes.
That doesn't mean Elytra knows.
We do not.
Okay, that's fair enough.
We do not punish the children for the sins of the father.
Well, also,
Nope.
Elytra doesn't know any of that.
No, we don't know.
Elytra's just like,
That's Jenna making weird commentary in the background. But
find out. Just, I can't deal with you harping on my teammate.
I can't deal
every
with you
single
too.
time we meet. Go talk to him. Get your answer.
Can't you himbos like headbutt like normal? Like just
Figure
like
it out.
chest or some shit. What do you guys do?
This
How
whole
do himbos
dynamic,
quarrel?
just constantly hating on him for some choice that you have no idea the reason behind, is incredibly toxic and hurts both of you. Just go figure it out.
Love it. I love it.
Honor.
I
think that's technically also a team move, but SP's not there.
yes, I love it. This was great. Yeah, love that for her.
Also, Elytra yelling at someone for eavesdropping when she does it all the time.
Yeah.
Takes one to know one, I suppose.
We're all hypocrites.
To be fair, he
here.
wasn't necessarily eavesdropping as much as he was just like getting water and was just like, "Wow, they really want to feed this bulletproof guy to a whale."
She doesn't even care. She's like, yeah. But
no.
if he keeps like badgering, I mean, I assume he texted me today, but I deleted it. I didn't even read it. Because I don't want to give him that much space in my brain. We limit
Maybe
the
you could,
amount of space.
Maybe you could get tabs to set up like an auto rerouting program so you don't even see the notification.
That's such a good idea. I love this. See, you have really good ideas.
Thanks.
Feed bulletproof to a whale, circumvent the text messages. This is good.
Oh well,
I'm coming
know
to
me
you for
long enough and you
relationship-
don't come to me for relationship advice.
Just ex relationship advice. How to troll your
Why
ex.
do I feel like Silver Phantom's radar just went?
I've heard a disturbance in the force. No, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good idea. I might be doing a perimeter check. Do you want me to go outside and perimeter check? If I do fast mode perimeter check.
Do you move faster? I guess.
I believe you're probably fast enough to be faster than whatever this is. It would settle my nerves more if this was a buddy system situation.
Who wants to do the hoverboard? Dino Boy, you're up.
Yep, Dino Boy's turn.
Bro, this is your
He
time
was
to
asking
shine.
about it.
I got a hoverboard. You can get, and then we can go really fucking fast.
Can we like go get? I don't know. Can we go get some long noodles or something? I'm starving.
Kane, do you know how much longer this is going to take?
Well, about that, Thoth, you said you were talking to Kane
Yeah.
whilst this was
Is it-
going on.
Before we switch to resolve the team move, I'm going to take that as a yes broadly for the.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get to mark potential or clear a box from the Doom track. I'm going to clear a box from my Doom track.
Yeah, a
Hooray.
little less close to doom.
The one that I used to stalk Thoth. I'll be around here.
Thoth has got a whole bunch of stalkers.
My God.
It is like I said in the chat. It's like Kane is stalking Thoth, Electra's stalking Kane, and then SP just gets Glory and HK to stalk Electra stalking Kane, stalking Thoth, and we're like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Plot twist.
It's
Thos is
stalking
stalking the
conga
group.
line.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
It's a
Thoth
circle.
is
It's a
stalking
circle.
Thoth is
Glory
wondering
and
what everybody's
Kane.
doing when he's
And
not
also
around.
going
Yeah.
around.
What are they doing?
Circle stalking.
Okay, so as this conversation is happening, Thoth,
Yeah.
you said you wanted to talk to Kane.
Yes. I'm gonna keep letting him do his thing. I'm not gonna like outright stop him. I'm going to because I know I'm probably gonna catch some of his attention. So I'm gonna kind of have like my emotional tentacles out, just kind of like a buffer to see if there's any of those weird flips happening while we're
new
I
talking.
don't like the term emotional tentacles.
I was gonna say this is a new kink that
Emotional hentai.
I'm unsure of.
My emotional web. My tentacle web.
That's works. I love it.
And I'm just gonna slightly-
bondage with
just slightly put a hand on his shoulder as we're kind of like walking around doing this and say, hey, I know just made a huge discovery of new information in this, but it's getting late. I think we can be reasonably certain that whatever this is they're already gone or contained to this location. We might as well head out, get some rest, regroup in the morning.
You're welcome to do so. My work isn't finished yet.
If your work isn't finished, the rest of our work isn't. Been at this for hours. Are you really certain that you're gonna uncover something now when your previous sweeps haven't?
Sort of pauses the scanning, looks at his watch again. Just, like, stamps his cane a little bit.
We could all go get noodles.
Where did you come from?
He tends to do that. I mean, originally, I'm from. I mean, I was born here, but there's
Where's
not
his face palm in the
specifically here
background?
at the hospital. But
Oh, boy.
if you're asking where my family's from, you know, my dad's like a mutt and my mom's
That's not-
Japanese.
That's not what he wants to know.
Oh, okay.
Everyone
What
quiet.
is it?
Do you hear that? As you all quiet down, you do hear a faint.
HK is gonna speed up to where whatever that sound is.
You zip up, and the TV is pointed away from you.
Oh no! The haunted TV.
But
The haunted
you can
TV's
see
back.
the light that it's casting on the opposite wall as you hear the sound of a tape rewinding.
Didn't mean to put him.
Oh no, I don't like this tape.
It's the abs of steel. It's haunted. Those are
The
haunted
ghost
abs.
of Richard Simmons.
The ghost of Richard Simmons. You know what? I feel like that'd be a cool
Maybe.
ghost to hang out with, actually.
Maybe you're right about that videotape. I know you're joking, but she says to Kane.
Maybe and there is a loud as the TV starts playing the tape at maximum volume.
HK backs the fuck up. She's like, "This is no. I don't like."
All right,
this.
everyone, are you ready?
No.
Let's
God.
begin!
Poltergeist shit.
Boom!
No.
As one of the machines launches itself off the wall and completely takes out Kane.
Oh,
Like he's unconscious?
Well, we'll have to figure
Your
that out next
creeper
time. Now,
boyfriend.
why?
Fuck!
I'm about
Okay.
to roll to defend this poor man's life.
Yeah! Jesus.
I don't like that I'm not in armor
Well,
right
his
now.
leg is definitely toast now.
Jeez.
Oh, Oh no.
Let's begin.
That one doesn't work out. What are you doing? That
So
was
we have
our
some end of
brain
session
cell,
questions.
man. That was our brain cell.
Christ.
We need that.
Yeah, we kind of do.
So the team said, like, let's begin, or what was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
the workout one that Elytra was
And just
watching.
notes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The one that Elytra was watching. Funny that.
Yep.
Well, the squishy's got to.
Elytra's secretly the tech ghost.
Don't put that out there. Don't put that out there.
Sorry.
Hell bugs in the video thing and just see what happens.
Undead hell bugs.
Not the hell
That are also
bugs.
We
digital.
already have enough Elytra creates weird shit problems. Let's not encourage her to do more.
Now the hell bugs
have
are
to fuck with your
haunted
text,
and
you're
we're
gonna fuck with your own
fucked. And they just say every time they enter a room, let's begin.
No.
Little hell bugs.
I mean, I wouldn't mind talking bugs so I could pass along messages, but no.
All right, I think
Jeebus.
I know what I'm doing.
All right.
Hello. Hi, sorry, Sparrow is screeching at me.
Oh my god.
Probably to no one's surprise at all. I'm gonna grow closer to the team. And go with Kane, which I may regret giving him influence over me. But
Probably.
Influential to each other.
I think just
Mutual
it was a
influence.
complete 180 finding out that the whole reason he was trying to track me down was to apologize for his behavior.
And then more behaviors to apologize
And then
for.
had more things to apologize for.
He has collected at least he can apologize.
Yeah.
What's that?
I mean, HK would have been shocked that he could admit he was wrong. Like, what? That would have been a whole. Wow. Didn't
And-
expect that.
Yeah. I don't have any conditions on marking potential.
Okay.
But we had a nice bonding moment.
You sure did.
And now he's been plastered by.
And
a
now
rape
he's
machine.
dead.
You so you claim. I'm gonna jump into that fray probably, most likely.
We are going to be picking up at exactly that moment. So
Perfect. I
Amazing.
did have my emotional tentacles out, so I feel like that
You can
gives me
catch him.
reasonable
Baby with your
justification to
emotional
act.
tentacles. God. Saved by the emotional tentacles.
God.
That is a phrase that is frightening.
Brand new sentence.
Did you get consent first? Because
all right.
HK also grew closer to the team. She grew closer to Glory. Because they did a little exchange. She felt some like girl bonding over like plotting her ex's demise. And also just like she appreciated that she acknowledged that she like is perceptive and has like way more perceptive than she lets on. She's perceptive. And
Spend enough time with her.
Glory
and
saw
it's clear she
through.
knows what she's doing.
Glory saw through the I bounce around like a pink
Pinball.
hyper speed weeb.
Pink pinball.
Yeah, pink pinball just with a sharp thing. Which is terrifying, honestly.
Glory trusts her.
I don't think Glory is gonna get stuck by the sword.
Well,
so I think
she
it'll be
doesn't
fine.
know the nature of the magic sword, so she's like, I'm not 100% sure, but I trust HK to know what she's doing and not chop me on accident.
She's also probably not as oblivious about the sword she acts, but
That is Glory's assumption.
yeah.
That said, it's not entirely a concrete assumption. So
I don't have 100% confidence, but I'm 60%.
I'd say it's probably it's like 99%, and then there's that 1% that's like, I'm not sure I trust her to pay attention 100% of the time.
No, that's true.
It's just human mistake.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, she appreciated like that vote of confidence and like, you know, just Kane can be quite. I don't even know that he realizes like he thinks that HK is stupid and oblivious. She thinks he's stupid and oblivious to people, not like to like
I think it's
knowledge
they're
in general.
speaking
But she's thinking
different languages in a way.
Yeah.
There ships in the night right past each
Yeah.
other.
It's
No
fine.
understanding.
She doesn't care as long as they have each other's back.
I will throw this out
against
there.
the bad guys.
HK probably does irritate him a little bit more because he does work with one of your former teammates.
Oh. That's not so
Oh.
true.
Oh, he does. He really should talk to her more about that because they've got a weird beef / sexual tension going. Which of us is more sunshiny?
I'm more
Into a
positive than
competition
you.
like that. Glory's going elsewhere.
Look at my smile is more sparkly than yours. No, I'm the face. No, I'm the face.
If you two get up to that, Gloria's gonna be like, I'm gonna go find some more sullen people.
If you guys don't make out right now, I swear to God. Just so we don't have to
She'll
listen
leave
to it
to it.
anymore.
Like, I'm gonna go have an unresolved UST with SP elsewhere.
Yeah. Fair enough. So,
But
Yeah.
that does mean Glory gets to shift some of those.
yeah.
All right. Glory was not entirely sure that you would listen to her or take her concern seriously. Because she was kind of weighing whether or not she was correct in her apprehensiveness here. So
Mhm.
she's like, am I overreacting? I don't feel like I am, but like HK's been in this business for a long time.
Yeah.
So sort of the sense was like, if Heavenly Katana is bouncing around and not appearing to take it super seriously, which is not always an indicator either way.
No, it's
He was like,
not.
am I off base here? But HK did reassure her that yes, she is on target and also was willing to listen. She appreciated that. So
Yeah. Well, and she didn't think that her concerns were unfounded. She just doesn't know how to help Kane solve
no, that's
weird
that's fair.
magic puzzle thing.
I think it was more also just an impasse with Glory being like the bounciness or makes her think of unseriousness, and she knows logically that's not the case, but like the
She just has a lot of
emotion-based
energy.
like animal hindbrain is like, ugh.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
But I think they managed to work it out.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Talk about
HK is not opposed to taking feedback or direction when, you know, as long as people are like upfront about it and it isn't like
Yeah.
given
I
in
mean,
a way that's nasty or
Yeah.
you know.
It was less about HK and more like, can you be a little more still because I'm very nervous and on edge right now.
Oh yeah.
But I think they worked it out. So
No, absolutely. I think they have mutual respect and understanding big time, you know?
I think I'm gonna go superior up, danger down.
All right. That can
She-
happen.
It helped reinforce her genuine belief that HK does know what she's doing and is competent. It's just sometimes the nerves get kind of like,
HK has definitely benefited from people thinking that she's not competent, so.
Glory's aware of this based on the interactions she's seen most of HK's interactions with people.
Oh yeah. Oh, her grandma taught her this. This
Mostly
trick.
she appreciates it, but also
Yeah.
it's like I am stressed and nervous right now. And
No, that's totally fine. It's
Glory's
just
danger
that when
sense
you're
is, something else. Ugh.
pretty and like keen or astute, people can get, or insecure people can get a little like, so she just carefree a little bit too.
I mean, if she said that to Glory, how would be like, why do you care what they think?
Oh, she doesn't.
I know she doesn't.
It just
but-
it reduces problems.
Yeah.
It's more efficient this way.
Glory wouldn't know about that. Like,
Claire's attractive and smart. What?
no, I meant more like Glory is more like, yeah, if you've got a problem, that's a you problem.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
staying right here.
I hear that. HK
Anyways.
just has had to worry about image more.
That makes a
Or
lot of sense based on
balance
her
it.
background. And
Yeah.
Glory is does not understand most of that, though she
Yeah.
has empathy for whatever's caused HK to end up in this place.
Fine. HK is just kind of babbling around life, you know? Figuring it out.
Well, Glory thinks she knows what she's doing, so.
I think she does. It's just, you know. Yeah, so that's perfect. I'm gonna get rid of angry, but I'm going to keep afraid because that fucking TV is scaring the shit out of her. I'm gonna be
Well,
honest.
that's fair.
I'm gonna be honest
I'm
that
not a fan of the TV.
the TV is freaking me the fuck out
Nope.
right now.
The TV
HK
cut
is
me.
visibly like, ooh.
All right. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next. And this one's a little offbeat because it's not like Silver Phantom did not directly interact with I almost said the wrong character. Elytra, it's late.
It's all right.
But I think her argument with Dino Boy regarding Silver Phantom and just how I think made her realize just how similar they are. So I'm going to say grow closer to the team, specifically to Silver Phantom, because she's realizing that there might be more they might be finding similar or facing similar problems in regards to image and such things.
He has influence over you
Yes, he
already.
is. Also, I'm clearing condition because I'm not in a good spot.
And do you have?
I have 3 right now.
After clearing?
No, well, we'll see.
Before.
Well,
Oh yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
huh?
we'll see how this plays out.
Shifty doodle.
I'm gonna do danger down and savior up.
Nope, that is a condition.
ah!
You do.
Wait,
Oh,
no,
no.
actually,
Hmm?
can my stuff can go to 3, can't it?
You can go up to 3 or
Up
down
to plus
2.
3, down to minus
Okay, then I don't have a condition.
Nice.
Hey.
'Cause this is very much not his wheelhouse, and it is definitely yours. So you're.
Yeah, Glory and SP are like, I have no freaking clue
I
what
don't
I'm
know
doing
what's
here,
going
dude.
on.
I mean, honestly,
We're gonna stand in
Elytra's
the
ready
ghost
to
punching
cry
corner.
right now.
Yeah. I'm
So,
prepared to punch
Just
ghosts.
point out
I
the
guess.
ghost, and then I'll punch it.
Yep. Check that off the list.
HK's also feeling a little bit like she's not as helpful right now as maybe her sister would be, but you know.
For
and
that
I'm
was-
feeling
a
guilty
favor.
because I'm feeling less guilty, but I'm definitely still feeling angry and insecure. So,
Valid.
For that reason, he's going to grow into his own image because he's not really. This is not really his wheelhouse, and this is just very much confirming that without powers, there is not a whole lot of things he can do. He can do a lot of things, but figure out where the ghosts are? Nah, that's not one of them. I'm gonna move some labels.
Getting louder.
I mean, to
It's the
be
ghost.
fair, no
It's the
one is
ghost.
having any luck finding where these ghosts are except for Thoth.
These are
So,
probably arguably not ghosts, but unclear.
It's
but
probably not
also,
ghosts.
Who knows?
yeah, who knows?
It is
about to
haunted
get my-
exercise tapes from the 80s.
I might be about to
Oh.
get my ass handed to me by these executions if I can pull Kane out of it.
I will say right now, Glory will absolutely help you pull Kane out of there because
Yeah,
you're fucked.
same, because you're
Yeah.
spindly and weak.
We'll get to that next time. Focus up, people. We're way over
Okay.
time here.
Those loose influence.
We define our own session likes.
Yeah, but I can
But those
physically
are
see some
those
of you falling asleep, and I'm like, okay.
Those emotional tentacles,
I
though,
never took a
those
nap
are
today. I
ripped.
have to go to work
Ripped.
in 8 hours.
Yeah. I actually have to.
All right, I can go. I'm going to say that Glory grew closer to the team, and probably also, surprisingly, I'm going to say grew closer to Lucifer's Cane because she didn't have to explain what the fuck she was talking about, and she appreciated that. And also wasn't expecting him to express any like vulnerability, but he did, and it was like, okay. I think they've also bonded over being gossipy bitches. So.
Oh, if there's anything the hyper rich love to do, it's to gossip.
That's literally their favorite pastime.
Glory would not know that. So.
Though also remember,
Relational
he did give
aggression
you
is their love
influence
language.
over him. He did give you influence over himself as well.
Yes.
So it's mutual influencing.
Mutual influence conversation.
Yeah.
I think if it had not ended particularly well, there would not have been influence, but it.
And I would
Shouldn't
note
really
here,
know what to make
not
of
even
it,
all of his
but-
teammates have influence over him.
Damn.
I mean, we only recently all got influence over each other.
I mean, I don't have influence over Elytra, but
I was about to say Glory does not have influence over me.
And that's
No,
the
just
one
kidding.
square that is not green in my little bingo card here.
Sorry.
That's fine.
We
it's fine.
need more interaction time.
Play it how it
This is
feels.
true.
Like I don't need to fill this out. It's very funny to me because it's all green and then there's just one red
square.
eventually an opportunity will present itself, but
Yeah.
circumstantially just haven't lined up.
No.
It'll come. It'll come.
Also, it's fitting that the anti-tech one and the tech one aren't getting a lot, necessarily giving influence.
Also,
Alright,
for what's worth, I really did like her speech to Donna Boy about him being a fucking jerk.
Being toxic as fuck.
for
yeah.
reasonable reasons, to be fair, but also stop.
No, that was good. Like,
It's like, I have seen you twice in 2 days and
24
interacted with
hours.
You.
And
Yeah,
you
and
just
Each time you're just ragging
Yeah,
on my
you're
friend,
just
bro.
going
you're
after my
giving
bud.
so much.
Oh,
for
if-
why?
If she brings up Dino Boy to Glory, Glory is absolutely telling her what Kane told her.
Put him in a whale. Have a whale swallow him. No.
What is it with you all in Wales?
We need a boat. We need to go off the coast.
Feed them to the
International
killer
waters,
whales.
baby.
They're solving all the problems right now.
What's wrong with all of you?
And they're the most petty animal. Orcas are the most petty animal.
I
Well,
think
elephants are also petty, but
I'm inclined to say octopi on that because octopi are the only ones who will specifically break containment just to
Mhm.
fuck with zookeepers.
okay, but orcas have been
Sure.
sinking yachts and punching the livers out of great white sharks.
Yeah, they go
And
hard
not
against
like
sharks.
eating them
Not
ju-
for fun.
not
either.
for fun, just to be fucking petty.
They don't share food. They don't share areas.
They
They're
sink
just
yachts, and it's all because
bastards.
one time a yacht wronged this one matriarch orca, and she's just teaching all the juveniles to just like harass yachts. And I'm like, this is the best. The fucking beef goes so deep.
But
Well, yeah, they
to-
live underwater. Of course it
Oh
goes
my
deep.
god.
Leave meeting.
I am gonna take the time.
All right, Dad.
I'm gonna let you know what I picked for my advancement that I got earlier in the session.
Coolio.
Yeah, I have an advancement too. I will
Oh.
pick out what I'm gonna do and let you know. I haven't
Alright.
thought about it too much, but
I'll probably hit my next session, so.
yeah.
Okay.
I
Well,
missed a
I
lot
went
of rolls
from-
this set.
Yeah, I was about to say, I went from 0 to 4 this session.
Oh, damn.
Let's go like
Yeah,
that.
you were having some rough rolls. I'm
Hey,
sorry. That
I
made
made
my
my
shouldn't
rolls,
have happened
but
on
just
your
barely.
birthday.
Nah.
Happy birthday,
I love
Tess.
the utter chaos that it is. Thank you, guys.
We love you. Thank
Love
you for
you
spending
guys
your
too.
birthday with us.
Of
Thank you.
course, I have fun.
And thank you, dear audience, for
Yeah.
sticking with us until Jesus,
Oh, yeah.
12:30.
It's so late.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to bed now.
Yes.
Yep.
Take care of yourselves, everybody.
Hydrate.
Never let the haters get you upset because they just hate themselves. That's
And
my
do
that's
not.
my advice.
Do not, under any circumstances, trust the 80s workout tape.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm not get accosted by emotional tentacles.
Yeah. This is such
All
a weird
now.
group.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Bonus
night.
emotional tentacle.